Make way for Mr. Speaker.
Introduction by members. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the main chamber, I call second reading on Bill 6, Supply Act. In Douglas for Committee Room, I call Committee of Supply for Ministry of Attorney General. And in the Birch Committee Room, I call Committee of Supply for Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport.
Committee Chairs.
House Leader.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I move that Bill 6, Supply Act 2024 be read a second time now. Honourable Speaker, existing voted appropriations will expire on March 31st, 2024. Bill 6 provides interim supply for ministry operations and other appropriations for approximately the first 2 months of 2024-2025, while the House completes debate of appropriations presented in the 2024-2025 estimates. Interim supply for ministry operations and other appropriations is required to ensure continuation of government services until the final supply bill comes into force. Mr. Speaker, Bill 6 also provides 1/3 of the combined voted amounts in Schedule C and D of the 2024-2025 estimates for disbursements related to capital expenditures, loans, investments, and other financing requirements. The 1/3 appropriation provides for in relation to these disbursements is higher than the proportion authorized in relation to ministry operations, as the disbursements described in Schedule C and D are not evenly distributed throughout the year. Therefore, the higher level of interim supply is required to accommodate the payments that will be made under these schedules. Honourable Speaker, Bill 6 also authorizes the full amount of disbursements referred to in Schedule E of the 2024-2025 estimates. Schedule E of the estimates outlines the revenue collected on behalf of and transferred to the specific programs or entities. There is no impact on operating results, borrowing, or debt resulting from the collection and transfer of this revenue. Honourable Speaker, these interim supply appropriations are based on accountabilities and allocations outlined in the 2024-2025 estimates. The final supply bill for 2024 and 2025 fiscal year will incorporate these amounts to ensure that it reflects the sum of all voted appropriations to be given to government in that fiscal year. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak to Bill 6, the Supply Act 2024, and certainly pretty standard fare happens every year, and of course the opposition wants to see the good orderly functioning of government, as witnessed by our vote just before lunch on the overall end of budget debate as we head into estimates. We certainly were opposed to the broader global budget that the government has presented, and I'm sure we'll have more to say as we move through estimates and as we move through committee stage of the various bills. But in regards to Bill 6 itself, obviously we'll see it move forward so that government stores can keep open, and we will be voicing our opposition to the broader things within the budget and trying to split hairs within a supply bill, which is pretty standard. So thanks for the time on Bill 6.
Minister.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I move second reading of Bill 6, the Supply Act.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The motion is carried.
Speaker, I move that the Bill 6 be committed to a committee of the whole for consideration at the next sitting after today.
You've heard the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call on this Bill number 2 in the main chamber.
Recognizing the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the bill be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, I am honored to rise today to present this bill, which amends the Employment Standards Act, to provide more certainty and predictability for future increases to BC's minimum wage rates. These amendments will apply to general minimum wage and to the alternate minimum wages, such as those for residential caretakers and live-in home support workers. They will also apply to minimum piece rates for hand harvesting of specific crops. For decades, Madam Speaker, BC's minimum wage rates increased in an unpredictable, ad hoc manner, with Cabinet deciding when to adjust the minimum wage and by how much. As there was no statutory automatic increases to the minimum wage, there were long periods where BC's lowest paid workers saw no increase to their pay. That means that regardless of the increased cost of living, the minimum wage did not increase. We have examples of how this approach has impacted both workers and employers. For example, in 2001, the minimum wage was adjusted to $8 an hour. This represented an increase of about 6% over the previous rate. However, after that, it was almost 10 years before there was another minimum wage increase. Because Government of the Day, after 10 years, the Government of the Day then increased a minimum wage by 19% over 2 years to make up for some of the lost ground these workers had suffered, which, as you might expect, was a shock to some businesses that paid their workers minimum wage as they had so rapidly to adjust to the additional labor cost. But workers earning minimum wage had been left behind during the 10 years when the minimum wage was frozen. We know that the minimum wage earners in BC include some of the most vulnerable workers. And we also know that the women, ethnic minority groups, and newcomers to Canada are overrepresented among minimum wage earners. The one thing they all have in common, Madam Speaker, is that they are the lowest paid and most vulnerable workers in British Columbia. And many of these workers rely on this income to support their families and pay their bills. Our government believes that it is important to provide stability to these workers so they can be secured in the knowledge that their wages will keep up with inflation. Our government also believes in providing stability, certainty for businesses and employers by providing steady and predictable increases to minimum wages and avoiding large and unpredictable jumps. That, to me, is a basic decency and common sense, Madam Speaker. Which is why, when our government was elected in 2017, one of the first things we did was appoint a Fair Wages Commission, which was tasked with, among other things, laying out path for BC to reach a general minimum wage from $11.35 at the time to at least $15 an hour. And that's what they did. And then our government accepted the recommendations. The commission outlined a series of measured, predictable, gradual increases, which, with annual raises taking effect each June 1st over 4 years. And so by June 2021, BC had reached a minimum wage of $15.20 an hour, according to the recommendation of the Fair Wages Commission, taking BC from having one of the lowest wages in the country to one of the highest. And we also eliminated the lower discriminatory wages for liquor servers. Madam Speaker, by the way, but 82% of them are women. So these workers also can enjoy at least basic minimum wage. One of the key findings coming out of the work of Fair Wages Commission was that the regular, measured, predictable increases to the minimum wage are better than long freezes followed by large increases. So our government committed that once we reach $15.20, as recommended by the Commission, the minimum wage would be tied to inflation each year. And so for the last two increases, we have passed regulations approved by Cabinet to increase BC's minimum wage in accordance with the inflation. On June 1st, 2022, minimum wage rose from $15.20 to $15.65. That was 2.8% increase, representing the average inflation rate in 2021. Again, June 1st, 2022, the minimum wage rose to $16.75 an hour. That represents 6.9% increase, which was BC's average inflation rate in 2022. Specifically, we are talking about the increase in the annual average consumer price index for BC, calculated each year by Statistics Canada. The 2022 and 2022 increases to the minimum wage were not required by legislation. Rather, they were ad hoc, done by regulation, and without employers and workers knowing for sure it would happen. The approach in this legislation provides stability, certainty, and predictability for minimum wage increases for employees and their employers. Workers are assured that going forward, each year, their wages will keep up with the well-established cost of living indicator, while businesses will know early in the year what they can expect for the annual minimum wage increase. Madam Speaker, I might add here that the Statistics Canada provide the average cost of living, or CPI, Consumer Price Index, for the previous year in sometime January. So for the minimum wage increase to be implemented in June 1st, they have plenty of time now, knowing exactly what is coming, so they can start to adjust their budget for the following year. Because this will help workers, employer alike, support a strong, healthy, and fair economy in BC. So while the past two increases have been achieved through annual amendment to the Employment Standard Regulation, and this could continue every year, we have made the commitment to tie increases to the minimum wage to the inflation. And so this bill would formalize that commitment through legislation. By doing so, we will be joining other majority of Canadian jurisdictions that have minimum wages increase automatically according to the inflation. While their practices vary, 8 jurisdictions have statutory, regulatory, or other requirements that tie their minimum wages to the Consumer Price Index, which is the recognized standard for measuring inflation, as most of people in this House know. And we believe that that is the right approach for BC as well. So I'm pleased to have introduced Bill 2, which will amend the Employment Standard Act to require all minimum wage rates to increase by the previous calendar year's average change to the BC's Consumer Price Index. Consistent with the recent practice, the increases to the most minimum wage rates will come into effect June 1st this year, with the exception of minimum piece rates, where the increases will take place following winter. Specifically for the agriculture piece rates, we will be developing a regulation to ensure this adjustment comes into force the following December 31st. This is generally consistent with our current practice and ensure that the crop producers will not have to adjust minimum wages during the harvest and farming season. It is true that in recent years, increases to the minimum piece rates have occurred on January 1st, following the June increases to the other rates. The move to December 31st effective date will ensure that the indexing formula in the Act is applied in the appropriate calendar year for all the minimum wage rates. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that using the formula set out in this bill, on June 1st this year, British Columbia general minimum wage will increase to $17.40 per hour, based on BC's 2023 average percent change to the BC's Consumer Price Index at 3.9%. Likewise, the alternate minimum wage rates, including the minimum piece rates, will also increase by 3.9% this year. The bill ensures that the Cabinet will continue to have some flexibility in setting rates for the alternate minimum wages. While any alternate rate will automatically receive the annual Consumer Price Index increases, Cabinet will be able to provide additional changes if needed for other policy reasons in the future. For example, Madam Speaker, the piece rate, there are about 15 crops that are paid by piece rate in British Columbia right now. There is a discussion and whether they should continue to be enjoy the piece rate for those crops. Should some of them be taken out, some more be added? For that reason, we left them in the hands of the Cabinet for them to make decision if in the future some of those changes need to be made. So such as removing an alternate minimum wage rate if it is determined that the general hourly should apply, or by adding additional alternate rates to respond to change in BC's economy. The bill also specifies that the minimum wage rate must not decrease in the event of negative inflation. The member from Kelowna the other day in his speech asked that question. I clarified at that time, but I'm clarifying it again. The minimum wage will not decrease in the event there is a negative inflation, or we call it deflation, although this is an historical rare scenario. Madam Speaker, this legislation is the culmination of our effort to raise minimum wage to fair, reasonable levels and to ensure those wages are not eroded over time. Minimum wages will now increase in a steady, incremental manner and ensure future increases will not be through an ad hoc approach. The amendment brings British Columbia into line with several other Canadian jurisdictions and will ensure that businesses will know early in each year, each new year, what to expect for minimum wage increases. They provide transparency, predictability, and certainty for employers and employees on when and how minimum rates will increase. But most importantly, these amendments are part of our government's extensive effort to help lift people out of poverty, make life more affordable, and build a strong and fair economy for all British Columbians. These changes will benefit the most vulnerable people in our society. where women, ethnic minorities, and newcomers to Canada are disproportionately represented. They will provide low-wage workers and their families with the minimum wages increases to offset rising prices and ensure their wages do not diminish in purchasing power over time. And for anyone who works hard to make a living and support their families, I think this is at very least we can do. Madam Speaker, I think as someone said, society is judged how we treat our most vulnerable, the weak and the sick. Madam Speaker, I think this is one of the most vulnerable group of people, and we must value the work that they do. We must value that they also must be able to make a decent living to support their families. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to committee stage for this bill.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Shuswap.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and it certainly gives me a great amount of pride to rise in the House today and respond to Bill 2, Employment Standards Amendment Act. As the Minister has set out, the impetus of this bill is to set the annual increase of the minimum wage to the Consumer Price Index. Now, currently in this province, that is exactly the guidance that's actually provided to the Minister, and they do have the ability through an order in council to actually establish the rate. So this is actually taking away the flexibility of government to do additional adjustments should we have significantly higher inflation rates. And I think that largely, as we see the minimum wage rate look to increase to $17.40 an hour on June 1st of this year, it's largely to address an affordability crisis that we have in this province. We've certainly seen a blizzard of new and increased taxation by this government that disproportionately impacts some of the lowest paid workers in this province. As we look to the increase, which is 65 cents an hour, if you look at the average worker working 2,000 hours a year, that's an additional $1,300 in gross pay. But that is not what those workers will actually receive net of deduction. And I think it's important to have a look at context as we see the increasing cost pressures that are facing British Columbians with the highest utilization of food banks in the history of BC, with rent affordability crisis to the point that families are actually leaving this province. For the last 5 quarters, we've seen a net reduction of British Columbians moving to alternative jurisdictions just to meet the affordability crisis. So I certainly appreciate the effort that the Minister is making with this particular piece of legislation, but it does remove the flexibility of government to make further adjustments. The current legislation does allow, and it is guided by the Consumer Price Index with respect to the rate of increase for the minimum wage. However, by baking it into legislation, government now will lose the flexibility. And I think that that is an important facet of democracy, is so that governments of the day have that flexibility in order to make adjustments should the inflation rate of the Consumer Price Index in this province actually excel. We have seen time and time again different reports out about the sheer inability of British Columbians to actually make their bill payments at the end of each month. Over 50% of British Columbians less than $200 away from insolvency at the end of every month. So I think, I certainly appreciate the efforts that the Minister is undertaking with this piece of legislation, but it's also really important to have a look at the broader context of affordability and the increasing taxpayer pressures that are put on the average hardworking British Columbian, especially those that are the minimum wage workers in BC. So I certainly welcome the opportunity to have a bit more direct conversation with the Minister through committee stage on this particular bill. But again, I can't stress enough the fact that we are in an absolute affordability crisis in British Columbia right now, with more and more families seeking to move out of this province because of the inability to actually make their payments on a monthly basis. So thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the Minister of State for Infrastructure and Transit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak in front of you once again. I'll say you're one of my favorite speakers. I have to say one of my favorite because I offended a speaker, I think last session when I said that someone else was my favorite speaker. So you are one of my favorite speakers, Madam Speaker. So I just want to start off maybe with the affordability crisis and flexibility. So really, when the other side's talking about flexibility, they're talking about the flexibility to cap or freeze minimum wage increases. The kind of flexibility that they used for 10 years to freeze minimum wages. No wonder we have an affordability crisis in this province. These people are some of the most vulnerable workers. As the Labour Minister said, these workers are often women, minorities, newcomers, people that are on the margins. And so it's very important to tie these wages to the consumer price index so that these people can afford to live, afford to buy the goods that they need. And this will strengthen our economy, Madam Speaker, because these folks, they don't invest in mutual funds or use other financial instruments when they get an increase in their minimum wage. They spend that money in our communities, strengthening our local businesses. And so it's very, very important. It's going to strengthen our economy. Tying the minimum wage increases to CPI year over year as well, so that it is predictable both for businesses and for workers, so that they can plan their lives. There's other reasons why tying minimum wage to CPI is good for our communities. It'll create more opportunity for people to engage with their communities, to be able to buy goods within their communities, but also so that they can engage with their communities and be more part of their communities instead of maybe having to get second, third jobs. So it's very, very important. The member opposite talks about taxes, increased taxes. We know that increased taxes are not on the middle class or the people who are making minimum wage. We know that. So what taxes does he have a problem with? Taxes on luxury cars or cigarettes? Okay. Obviously, a smoker who drives a luxury car, they should have their taxes lowered. Absolutely. Once again, I want to talk about the flexibility and how long these people's wages were frozen. And we're talking about women, minorities, newcomers. We froze these people's wages so that they had to work second, third jobs. Actually, sorry, we didn't freeze those wages. The other side froze those wages. And they should actually be ashamed of that because they put people into poverty and they wonder why there's an affordability crisis now. They wonder why these people are in an affordability crisis. Well, freezing their wages is part of why they're in an affordability crisis. And so this bill is incredibly important. I'm proud to support this bill. I'm proud that the Labour Minister is my colleague and that he's introducing this bill. And so, Madam Speaker, with that, I hope everyone in this place supports this bill and doesn't believe in freezing folks' minimum wages. So, with that, I yield to the Labour Minister, it looks like.
Thank you, Minister. Seeing no further speakers, I'll recognize the Minister of Labour to close debate.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I thank the speakers, the opposition critic, and the Minister from Chilliwack for their comments. Madam Speaker, only one thing that I want to comment on what was said by the critic of opposition, that the government somehow is losing flexibility. I think what really is happening with this bill is to provide this certainty that the businesses wanted. And if those who have not had the opportunity to read the report by the Fair Wages Commission, that came out very clearly that all businesses wanted was certainty. And this bill will provide them with that certainty. So we listen to the businesses, especially small businesses, and at the same time provide support to some of the most vulnerable workers in our province. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I move second reading.
Members, the question is second reading of Bill 2, Employment Standards Amendment Act 2024. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I move the bill be referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you've heard the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I call second reading of Bill 3, Budget Measures Implementation Act 2024.
Recognizing the Minister for Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 3, the Budget Measures Implementation Act, to be read a second time now. Honourable Speaker, Bill 3 consists of two parts. In Part 1, the bill amends the Balanced Budget and Ministerial Accountability Act to include the 2026-2027 fiscal year in the period of fiscal years that may contain a deficit in the main estimates. This is consistent with similar amendments made in recent years. Budget 2024 includes a 3-year fiscal plan extending to 2026-2027, and it includes deficit forecasts for each of the 3 years of the fiscal plan. This proposed amendment ensures that the fiscal plan, as presented in Budget 2024, is in line with the legislation. And it ensures that the fiscal plan aligns with government's commitment to review balanced budget legislation every year and to make amendments if and when required. Honourable Speaker, amendments are proposed to the Special Accounts Appropriation and Control Act to establish a First Nations Equity Financing Special Account. Government is taking action to support First Nations and the BC business sector in developing strong economic development partnerships through the development of a provincial First Nations equity financing framework. As part of this work, these amendments will establish a First Nations equity financing special account with a $10 million inaugural balance to help support immediate capacity needs for those First Nations actively considering equity participation in projects where there is a shared interest and readiness with the province. As well, this special account provides for provincial government costs to operationalize the First Nations Equity Financing Program. Honourable Speaker, the special account also allows government to provide provincial guarantees for equity loans undertaken by First Nations for the purpose of acquiring an equity interest in priority projects in the province. Consistent with the approach in other jurisdictions, the special account will have a cumulative loan guarantee limit of $1 billion set by regulation, and the policy will be reviewed annually. The special account inaugural balance is a starting point, and additional resources will be added to the account as Treasury Board determines the requirements to support approved projects and financing plans developed by the province and First Nations in partnership with the business community. Throughout the coming months, the province will consult and cooperate with First Nations and organizations and will engage business leaders across BC to help further develop the First Nations equity financing framework. The new equity financing tools through this special account are intended to support inclusive project partnerships as we continue to support First Nations self-determination and meaningful participation in economic opportunities. Part 2 of Bill 3 amends several statutes to implement the tax measures in Budget 2024. Bill 3 amends the Nisga'a Final Agreement Act, the Treaty First Nation Taxation Act, and various other statutes to implement a new legislative framework to broadly enable modern treaty nations to self-determine their own approaches to assessment and property taxation on their respective Nisga'a lands and treaty lands. The province, modern treaty nations, and First Nations who are advanced in the BC treaty negotiations process have since 2021 been working in partnership to collaboratively develop a new approach to treaty property taxation based on the principles of self-determination, flexibility, and uniqueness. In Budget 2023, we implemented an important first step by enabling the Nisga'a Nation and modern treaty First Nations to self-determine property tax exemptions for their citizens or members on Nisga'a lands and on treaty lands. Effective as of the 2025 taxation year, the province will fully withdraw from property taxation on Nisga'a lands and modern treaty nations' treaty lands and will no longer impose a requirement for property taxation to apply. The new legislative framework will enable modern treaty nations to determine if or when it is appropriate, for property tax to apply on their core governance lands, including whether and how to exercise their own assessment and property taxation laws and policies. This puts exclusive decision-making for most property interests on Nisga'a lands and treaty lands into the hands of modern treaty nations, enabling them to design approaches that best reflect their unique circumstances. This new approach maintains important elements of the previous approach. Modern treaty nations will continue to keep the revenues raised from property taxation on their respective Nisga'a lands or treaty lands and will continue to contribute to applicable provincial services such as regional hospital districts. The province will also, by agreement, continue to delegate the authority to tax non-member holders of property interests on Nisga'a lands and treaty lands to modern treaty nations. Separately, but in tandem, amendments to the Assessment Act will better align provincial assessment rules with unique aspects of Nisga'a lands and treaty lands, as well as modern treaty nation governance. These measures were developed collaboratively with all of our modern treaty nations partners and with First Nations who are advanced in the treaty negotiation process. They are responsive to First Nations concerns about the previous approach to property taxation on Nisga'a lands and on treaty lands, including that it is overly prescriptive, inflexible, and did not recognize the unique aspects of modern treaty nations' lands and governance. They align with government's reconciliation commitments to self-determination and inherent right of self-government under the Shared Priorities Framework and the Declaration Act Action Plan. Honourable Speaker, Bill 3 further amends the Assessment Act to provide BC Assessment with the authority to phase in substantial assessment increases from 3 to 5 years for certain linear properties such as railway tracks, fibre optic cables, and electrical transmission lines. These linear properties are valued annually through a regulation based on industry costing manuals that calculate the average building replacement costs. Now, updating the costing model for linear properties can result in unforeseen and significant valuation increases for certain industries. The amendment will provide BC Assessment with more flexibility when implementing large increases in assessed values for certain linear properties. The bill amends the Assessment Authority Act to transfer the authority to approve BC Assessment's tax levy request from the Lieutenant Governor and Council to Treasury Board. The amendment intends to streamline BC Assessment's budget and levy approval process by allowing Treasury Board to approve both BC Assessment's budget and the tax levy that funds its operations. This bill amends the Property Transfer Tax Act to increase the qualifying value thresholds for first-time homebuyers and newly built home exemptions. The newly built home exemptions provides a reduction or elimination of property transfer tax for qualifying purchasers of newly built homes used as a principal residence. Effective April 1st, 2024, the fair market value threshold is increased from $750,000 to $1.1 million. Since the newly built homes exemption was introduced in 2016, the threshold has not increased to reflect the growing cost of purchasing a new home. Increasing the newly built homes threshold responds to increasing housing prices and will incentivize an increase in the supply of new and much-needed moderately priced housing stock. The first-time homebuyers exemption provides a reduction or elimination of property transfer tax for qualifying first-time purchasers of homes used as a principal residence. Oh, and I am reading the same page a second time, so I'll move on. Bill 3 also amends the Property Transfer Tax Act to exempt purchases of new qualifying purpose rental buildings from the general property transfer tax. This exemption will be effective for transactions that occur between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2030. Purpose-built rental buildings are those that are non-stratified and held as rentals on a monthly basis or longer for at least 10 years. The residential portion of the building must be used entirely for rental purposes and have at least 4 apartments. This exemption builds on the further 2% property transfer tax exemption for new purpose-built rentals announced in Budget 2023 and the rental housing revitalization tax exemption provided in Budget 2018. The intent of this exemption is to further encourage the construction of new purpose-built rental buildings to help address housing affordability. Honourable Speaker, the bill makes amendments to the Property Transfer Tax Act to establish administrative penalties for failure to provide records and information. When determining if the correct amount of property transfer tax was paid on registration, the Ministry may contact taxpayers to verify the information provided on the tax return. The amendments provide the Administrator with the ability to impose monetary penalties on taxpayers who fail to provide records and information when required. Additional technical amendments are made to the Property Transfer Tax Act to harmonize the calculation of interest on property transfer tax owing to government and on refund of overpaid property transfer tax to taxpayer with other provincial tax statutes. The amendments clarify that interest is payable in accordance with the Financial Administration Act and its regulations. Bill 3 also amends the Speculation and Vacancy Tax Act to shift the responsibility of the speculation and vacancy tax for residential leasehold properties from fee simple owners to registered leaseholders, as they have control over how the property is used. Effective January 1st, 2024, a person who possesses a residential property under a lease registered in the Land Title and Survey Authority of BC will be treated as the registered occupier of the property for the purpose of the speculation and vacancy tax. Registered leaseholders who are not already required to declare in 2024 will declare for the first time in 2025 based on the use of the property in 2024. The bill amends the Speculation and Vacancy Tax Act to add a new assessment period for cases where the Administrator uses its discretion to examine and assess late speculation and vacancy tax annual declarations. The amendments ensure that the Administrator has sufficient time to audit based on the latest information without running the risk of becoming statute barred from assessing declarations that are filed close to the end of the normal 6-year assessment period. The bill also includes technical measures to improve readability of the Speculation and Vacancy Tax Act for members of the public. The Act contains 2 provisions which refer to the date this Act receives first reading in the Legislative Assembly. That general reference is being replaced by the actual date the Act received first reading, which is October 16th, 2018. Madam Speaker, Bill 3 amends the Employer Health Tax Act to increase the exemption threshold at which remuneration becomes taxable from $500,000 to $1 million. The bill includes a corresponding increase to the notch rate to maintain the gradual transition to the full tax rate. Increasing the exemption threshold will help support growing businesses in BC by exempting approximately 9,000 businesses from taxation. An additional 4,100 businesses will see a reduced tax liability. We expect this change to increase the number of businesses that are exempt from the employer health tax from 85% to approximately 90% starting for the 2024 calendar year. Bill 3 amends the Income Tax Act to introduce a BC Family Benefit bonus for the upcoming benefit year. This bonus will be paid alongside the BC Family Benefit by raising the annual BC Family Benefit amounts and income thresholds by 25%. This measure is being introduced to alleviate affordability pressures in the province. The first monthly bonus payment will be made in July 2024, and we expect that approximately 340,000 families will receive the BC Family Benefit Bonus. This is 70% of all families in British Columbia. The Income Tax Act is amended to exclude animation productions from the regional and distant location film and television tax credits. Animation productions will continue to be eligible for other film and television tax credits, such as the basic tax credits and the digital animation, visual effects, and post-production services tax credits. The regional and distant location tax credits are intended to help offset the additional costs for production activities outside of the designated Vancouver area, such as travel costs and higher wages. Animation productions will continue to be eligible for other film and television tax credits, which provide considerable support to the sector in the range of 44 to 51% of labor costs. Bill 3 further amends the Income Tax Act to extend the training tax credit for employers for 3 years to the end of 2027. The training tax credit for individuals is also being extended for 1 year to the end of 2025. The Income Tax Act is amended to extend the shipbuilding and ship repair industry tax credit for 2 years to the end of 2026, and the extension of these tax credits reaffirms government support for skilled trades training in this province. The Income Tax Act is further amended to exclude oil and gas exploration expenses as qualified expenses for the mining exploration tax credit. This change follows similar federal amendments to the mining flow-through shared tax credit regime. The bill amends the Income Tax Act to give applicants an additional 6 months to apply for a Clean Buildings Tax Credit certificate and extends the determination period for emergency benefit for workers who received a notice of redetermination dated after October 23, 2023. This will ensure that these applicants have sufficient time to obtain and provide supporting documents of eligibility for benefit. The Income Tax Act is also amended to clarify certain terms and the application of federal provisions for provincial income tax purposes. This will also ensure that the province meets its obligations under the BC-Canada Tax Collection Agreement. Madam Speaker, Bill 3 amends the Insurance Premium Tax Act to exempt farmers from paying the tax if they are enrolled in provincial agricultural insurance programs offered under the Farm Income Insurance Act and the Insurance for Crops Act. The amendment ensures that the Insurance Premium Tax Act is only paid once on premiums under these programs. Bill 3 authorizes retroactive regulations under the Carbon Tax Act for the purpose of amending the biomethane credit refund system. Specifically, the authority permits amendments to the biomethane credit refund rules to ensure that qualifying retail dealers can issue biomethane credits based on unsold biomethane inventory acquired up to 24 months prior to a reporting period. These amendments will better reflect the realities of delivering comprehensive biomethane blending programs as natural gas utilities rely on accumulating biomethane to meet seasonal fluctuations in demand. Increasing the amount of biomethane in BC's energy supply will be essential in pursuing our Clean BC goals. These amendments will make the transition more affordable, both for utilities and for consumers. Bill 3 further authorizes retroactive regulations under the Provincial Sales Tax Act to clarify that solar, wind, or water-based clean energy projects qualify for the production machinery and equipment PST exemption. Ensuring clean energy projects are eligible for this exemption will help businesses manage the costs of decarbonization in keeping with our Clean BC plan. The Provincial Sales Tax Act is amended to enable the director to provide a refund when a person buys goods from a seller who does not collect PST, but then returns the goods to the seller despite having paid the PST. The Provincial Sales Tax Act is further amended to reduce the availability of PST refunds where a person acts as though they are the end purchaser of goods, but are actually acquiring the goods for export and resale outside British Columbia. The bill includes retroactive amendments to the Provincial Sales Tax Act to clarify the definition of software for the purposes of the PST. This technical change ensures the legislation reflects the way the PST has always been administered. Madam Speaker, Bill 3 amends the Carbon Tax Act, the Motor Fuel Tax Act, and the Provincial Sales Tax Act to clarify the Director's discretion to specify how tax returns and other documents must be filed. This will facilitate the Ministry of Finance's move towards increasing electronic filing where appropriate. The Carbon Tax Act, Motor Fuel Tax Act, and Provincial Sales Tax Act are further amended to harmonize offences and penalties under these statutes with other BC tax statutes. This will assist with administration of these taxes and encourage compliance. The Motor Fuel Tax Act and Financial Administration Act are amended to enable BC's regulations for interest payable under the International Fuel Tax Agreement to automatically adopt interest rule changes. And finally, Honourable Speaker, Bill 3 amends multiple tax and revenue statutes to harmonize appeal provisions under those statutes, and this is to ensure consistency for taxpayers when making an appeal under these statutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak to Bill 3, the Budget Measures Implementation Act. And I would note that it would indicate that this is the first of a few budget measures implementation bills that we will be seeing through this session, because despite what the language in the budget says, there are certain tax measures that are not included in this implementation bill. So it leads one to believe that there will be more budget implementation bills to come. And that's not totally unusual to happen, absolutely, but this bill most certainly excludes any reference or language around the flipping tax that's been talked about in the budget. So of course we don't know what those rules would be at this point. It's a little disappointing because we have a lot of time right now in the legislative schedule, it feels like, with not really any bills moving through the House. So we would have had a lot of time to actually scrutinize that and ask questions of government had it actually been part of this budget measures implementation bill, as it was indicated in the budget it would be. Unfortunately, as is the case with this government, we will likely see that right before the end of session, and it'll be rammed through with not enough time for proper scrutiny or discussion as the bill. There's also, we heard the minister talk about carbon tax, and I recognize this is not her portfolio, although she is the Minister of Energy and Mines, so she fully understands carbon tax. But the carbon tax itself and the increase on April 1st is not actually in this Budget Measures Implementation Act as well. So that will have to be held for another bill to come forward, perhaps part of the same bill as the flipping tax. And same with the Climate Action Tax Credit. We don't see what that will actually look like in this bill moving forward. And so that is a problem in terms of trying to assess Bill 3 versus the overall budget and how those impacts will have on average people. Because as we heard from our friend from Chilliwack in the previous bill, who seemed to think that tax increases aren't impacting very many people in British Columbia, the news maybe for the minister and others in government is that things like raising carbon tax and other taxes in their bill and in their budget actually has a very direct impact to people's daily lives. Every time you turn your furnace on, it costs you more money. So when you have gas bills coming that are $53 worth of fuel, of gas, to heat your home, and a carbon tax of $77 on that bill, it does impact your household budget quite significantly. And then when you consider that that carbon tax will be getting increased on April 1st, it increases the impact to your home budget that much more. When you go to fill up at the pump and we see measures in this around fuel and carbon credits and other accounting for fuels within the Budget Measures Bill, Bill 3, but we don't see a reduction of fuel taxes in British Columbia in this or in the budget itself. Once again, that directly impacts people on a daily basis in British Columbia, regardless of what your income level is, regardless of what your hourly wage is. In fact, it would disproportionately impact those with lower wages more than people with higher incomes. People with those lower wages trying to just simply get to and from work in a vehicle because they don't have transit in their area would actually be impacted much more by the provincial fuel tax that's 14.5 cents a litre than the person that's a high-income earner. But apparently, the government doesn't think that way. So only this government could think that adding $22 billion to the overall tax bill has somehow made things more affordable for British Columbians, and that somehow doesn't impact people if they have a lower income level. It does. All of these government's measures around taxation over the last 7 years have a very direct result to people's daily household budgets. And when you live in a province that routinely has a rate of inflation higher than the rest of the country, that has a direct impact to people's buying ability, the ability to access food. And I guess that is why in the throne speech, this government took great pride in the fact that we have record numbers of students in Surrey needing to access food programs from the government because they can't afford in their own households to provide for their children. And that would seem to be a point of pride by this government, as we heard from the bill, from the throne speech, from the budget, and now in Bill 3, with the various budget measures that they're implementing and ones that they're not actually bringing forward at this time, if ever. So we will look forward to getting into great detail with the government on second reading of Bill 3 as we move forward to find out exactly what they have intended with some of the clauses on this bill, because there are some very technical complexities that will come into play with some of the calculations around some of the areas. But it's certainly concerning when you see the missed opportunity on the backdrop of an $89 billion spending budget, that their Budget Measures Implementation Act at this point is either essentially non-monetary changes to some areas, things that truly actually won't impact people in their daily lives positively or negatively, and excluding some of the more impactful taxes for a later date and a later discussion, as opposed to being able to see exactly what those taxes would mean for people in their daily lives, be it carbon tax, be it provincial fuel taxes, or any other taxes like that, that again, the lower income level actually would be more disproportionately impacted by those taxes than people with a higher income. And so I would suggest to you that somebody earning minimum wage probably does be very hyper aware of how far they're driving in any given day and how much fuel that will take and what that cost of that fuel is and what happens when gas prices go up 5 or 10 cents a litre overnight at the pumps. I would suggest a great many of those people are very aware. I would also suggest that if you're earning a couple $100,000 a year and on the upper end of the tax bracket already, you're less concerned if you're still planning on driving that day or not. And so that disconnect that seems to be coming from the cabinet of this government versus what everyday British Columbians are going through in their household is concerning, and it's one that we will canvass greatly at second reading of Bill 3, but also other bills moving forward. So I thank you for the time on this bill, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the Minister of State for Infrastructure and Transit.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to speak to this bill. Second time I get to speak today. I just want to see if everyone in this chamber can agree that British Columbia is a wonderful place to live. Can we agree on that? I guess not, because we have taxes on luxury automobiles and cigarettes. And we are talking about originally, confused looks on your faces. You're talking about increased taxes. These are the types of increased taxes that you constantly talk about. They are listed, this is what's listed in your complaints about taxes. The Minister of Finance has been clear, very clear, that people in middle income tax brackets and at the lower tax brackets are paying less in tax today than under the former government. It's true. Well, we can pull up to the Starbucks with a smoke in our mouth in our luxury vehicle and freeze the wages of the barista before you. That's the kind of BC that some people want to live in, and we don't want to do that on this side. And the confusion with the taxes that you have. The employer health tax has been halved. Halved. Your finance critic had to erase a tweet because he could not read a budget and what the taxes were. So, Honorable Speaker, amendments are proposed to the Special Accounts Appropriation and Control Act to establish a First Nations Equity Financing Special Account. It's very important. Government is taking action to support First Nations and the BC business sector in developing strong economic development partnerships through the development of a provincial First Nations equity financing network. As part of this work, these amendments will establish a First Nations equity financing special account with a $10 million inaugural balance, help support the immediate capacity needs for those First Nations actively considering equity participation in projects where there is shared interest and readiness with the province. As well, the special account provides for provincial government costs to operationalize the First Nations equity financing program. Honourable Speaker, this special account also allows government to provide provincial guarantees for equity loans undertaken by First Nations for the purpose of acquiring an equity interest in priority projects in the province. Consistent with the approach in other jurisdictions, the special account will have a communal loan guarantee limit of $1 billion set by regulation and by policy. It will be reviewed annually. This special account inaugural balance is a starting point, and additional resources will be added to this account as Treasury Board determines requirements to support approved projects and financing plans developed by the province and First Nations in partnership with the business community. Throughout the coming months, the province will consult and cooperate with First Nations and organizations and will engage business leaders across BC to help further develop the First Nations equity financing framework. Honourable Speaker, the new equity financing tools through this special account are intended to support inclusive project partnerships as we continue to support First Nations self-determination and meaningful participation in economic opportunities. Part 2 of Bill 3 amends several statutes to implement the tax measures in Budget 2024. Bill 3 amends the Nisga'a Final Agreement Act, the Treaty First Nation Taxation Act, and various other statutes to implement a new legislative framework to broadly enable modern treaty nations to self-determine their own approaches to assessment and property taxation on their respective Nisga'a lands and treaty lands. The province, modern treaty nations, and First Nations who are advanced in the BC treaty negotiations process have, since 2021, been working in partnership to collaboratively develop a new approach to treaty property taxation based on principles of self-determination, flexibility, and uniqueness. In Budget 2023, we implemented an important first step by enabling the Nisga'a Nation and modern treaty First Nations to self-determine property tax exemptions for their citizens or members on Nisga'a lands and on treaty lands. Effective as of the 2025 taxation year, the province will fully withdraw from property taxation on Nisga'a lands and modern treaty nations, treaty lands, and will no longer impose a requirement for property taxation to apply. The new legislative framework will enable modern treaty nations to determine if or when it is appropriate for property tax to apply on their core governance lands, including whether and how to exercise their own assessment and property taxation laws and policies. This puts exclusive decision-making for most property interests on Nisga'a lands and treaty lands into the hands of modern treaty nations, enabling them to design approaches that best reflect their unique circumstances. So this new approach is incredibly important and maintains important elements of the previous approach. And so modern treaty nations will continue to keep the money raised from property taxation on their respective lands or treaty lands, and will continue to contribute to applicable provincial services such as regional hospital districts. The province will also, by agreement, continue to delegate the authority to tax members holders of property interests on Nisga'a lands and treaty lands to modern treaty nations. And I'm sure everyone in this chamber can agree that that is very important for the self-determination of First Nations and modern treaty nations. And this bill, Bill 3, is incredibly important for us to advance the budget this year. It is a budget that supports people. It is a budget that recognizes that people are our greatest resource. It is a budget that that is going to build our economy. And I know the other side seems to have issues with those goals, maybe, or they think there's a different way. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the floor to whoever else wants to speak.
Thank you, Member. The Minister. Thank you, Minister. Seeing no further speakers, that closes the second reading of debate. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Sorry, we've got to go to the Minister first to finish that second reading. Minister.
Thank you very much. Move second reading of the bill now.
Members have now heard the question. I jumped the gun there for a moment. All those in favor of second reading of Bill 3? Aye. Carried. There. Okay, we're having a debate about who's the acting government House Leader. Acting government House Leader.
It's his sigh, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I would like to call a short recess.
We will do that in a moment, member, but I believe the member was jumping up to call to move it to a committee of the whole. Is that correct? Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members have heard the question. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Now we go to the acting government House Leader.
Thank you. Sorry for jumping the gun there, Mr. Speaker. I'm not even wearing my runners, but I would like to call a short recess, say 10 or 15 minutes.
We will take a short recess and we'll resume once the acting House Leader provides the directions. Thank you. We are in recess. All right, members, we will call this House back into session from that recess. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply Section 8 reports progress on estimates of the Ministry of Attorney General and asks Lee to sit again.
Thank you, member. And when shall the committee sit again? Now, so ordered. All right, we will be moving into committee. Minister.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call on Committee of Supply for the Attorney General in this chamber.
Thank you, Minister. All right, I will take my place and we'll get going. For those joining us in the gallery, we are going to be starting on estimates debate of the Ministry of Attorney General shortly. Just waiting for the appropriate people to join us in the room so we can get going. Thanks. Attorney General.
I move vote number 14 be resolved that a sum not exceeding $729,324,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Attorney General and Ministry Operations to March 31st, 2025.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Vancouver Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to turn the questioning to a specific example of a concern and to see how HAT 1 as a revised policy for Crown Council would be utilized. And that is, as we've seen here in Victoria for many years, there's been long-standing concerns about the anti-Semitic and extremist views inciting violence against Jews made by Sheikh Jonas Katrada of Victoria, which he continues to make and disseminate. While there's been no prosecution of Mr. Katrada here in British Columbia after many years of well-documented hate speech since he became leader of the Dar al-Aslan Islamic Center in 2018. I know that I've heard from many in the province who are concerned about the ongoing statements that Mr. Katrada has been making, including since October 7th. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, given the continued rise of anti-Semitism in this province, Mr. Katrada is a leading example of an individual that continues to put out anti-Semitic and hateful statements which are extreme and incite violence against Jewish people. Will the Attorney General see that HAT 1 as a policy will be an effective measure to deal with
the kind of anti-Semitic communication that Mr. Kotarta has continued to put out.
Attorney.
I think I join with all British Columbians in condemning hate speech, and particularly those that would promote anti-Semitism and hateful comments towards the Jewish community. I cannot comment in this forum on prosecution and investigation services of one individual person. And I think, as the member knows, before we can act or Crown Counsel can act on it, we need a police investigation and for them to recommend issue a report to Crown Counsel for charges. So I just want to urge anyone who has knowledge of a hate crime that's happening to report it to the police, because we want to make sure that these things are taken seriously.
Member.
Well, Mr. Chair, I will come back to that if I get the opportunity to, with the time that I have. I would like to now go to a straight confirmation on behalf of my colleague, the member for Richmond North Centre. We know that the member from Richmond North Centre, as our Shadow Minister for Multiculturalism and Anti-Racism, as well as arts and culture, has been a strong advocate, particularly in the face of anti-Asian hate. We know that herself, with the former leader of the official opposition and our current leader as well, has been pursuing government to put in place a provincial hotline to report acts of racism and hate in multiple languages. I'd just like to ask, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, there's been mention, of course, including in last year's estimates, as to the move forward by the government towards putting that in place, and yet we still haven't seen it. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, when will that hotline be in place?
Attorney.
I want to thank the member for the question, Chair. This is something that the whole team has put a lot of effort in, that I'm very proud about this new resource for community that we'll be launching later this spring, and that is a racist incident helpline. And that will be a trauma-informed multilingual service that provides culturally safe platform for people who either witnessed or experienced a hate crime to report that incident. But not only that, those people that are answering the phones will be trained to provide supports to that person and a soft handoff to a community group that's also will be funded to include counseling for that individual. The helpline will be from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., accessible by phone, and I mentioned a multilingual service, toll-free. We've identified an agency, and we are looking forward to launching it later this spring.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. And what is the budget allocation funding for this new hotline?
Attorney.
Thank you, Chair. $3.266 million is allocated in this budget for that, and I'm sorry that I missed that before.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going to the area of the throne speech, and this is one of two examples, Mr. Chair, where I would invite the Attorney General, to the extent that she's able to just share, given the rapid nature of legislation, we're in the third week of our 10-week legislative session, and it is fairly compressed. In the throne speech, it was announced that the government would be taking action, further action, to protect schools from disruptive protests, much like what was done for hospitals during the pandemic. But we see, of course, that Bill 20, which was passed in 2021, also gives protections to schools, through regulation making power as well. So what are the limits to the current legislation in respect of schools?
Attorney.
Thank you, Chair. If I could ask the member to give us a little bit more clarification on Bill 20 and the context before we answer the question. Thanks.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill 20 I'm referring to was back in 2021, and it was entitled Access to, in brackets, COVID-19, Access to Services, in brackets, COVID-19 Act. It was presented by the former Attorney General.
Attorney.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the member for the clarification. The bill that he's referring to was repealed. Actually, it was time limited, and it was repealed in July 1st, 2023, so it's no longer enforced.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the upcoming legislation that will be introduced in this session then, what is the scope of that legislation, and will it extend to also cover, for example, Jewish day schools that have been targeted in relation to the October 7th terrorist attack by the Hamas?
If I might, member, we generally not the tradition in this House to ask about legislation that's being introduced at this time, aside from when it's the legislation itself. So if we can ask questions about the upcoming legislation when that legislation is introduced, that would probably be more appropriate. Member.
Well, let me rephrase the question, Mr. Chair. What is the Attorney General doing to protect Jewish day schools from various attacks, protests that might be highly disruptive to those schools?
Attorney.
So the Ministry of Attorney General is responsive to reports to Crown Counsel. So the stage, I think, that the member's referring to is before that. So it would be the police receiving, investigating, and issuing a report to Crown Counsel before it would fall into the side of the justice arm of that, which is the Ministry of the Attorney General and the BC Prosecution Service. So what I would say is that I think that the question that the member's asking is better placed towards the Solicitor General of the Ministry of Education.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the response from the Attorney General. And certainly, as we go through the various interplay, and I appreciate that even in respect of my briefing yesterday, the focus around courthouse capital investment, for example, is better directed to the Minister for Citizen Services. I do hope to have the opportunity to join our critic for that purpose, schedule permitting, and also do the same in terms of public safety and Solicitor General. If I may now, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn to the statement that we've seen in various statements made, for example, that in terms of bail policy, there was a media statement that said a mandatory direction from ADAG to Crown Counsel that they must seek the detention of a repeat violent offender is a statement, and yet much of the discussion, as we know, which is ongoing, including in today's question period, relating to prolific offenders, that it was indicated that the term prolific offenders has no clear legal definition under the criminal code and therefore can mean different things to different people. These were statements that have been made in relationship to how we address the ongoing concerns relating to prolific offenders. Certainly in the case of the challenge of seeking detention of repeat violent offenders, in the absence of a clear legal definition, how does the Attorney General and Counsel proceed to really focus on that challenge?
Attorney.
Thank you, Chair. I would just would like to direct the members' attention to our policy, the Crown Council policy related to that. It has a very clear, based on the law, definition of repeat violent offender, and it pulls against mentions sections of the criminal code. So I'll just read it. A repeat violent offender includes anyone with one or more recent convictions for an offense against the person under Part 8 of the Criminal Code, or an offense involving a weapon, as defined under Section 2 of the Criminal Code. So it actually very specifically has a definition based on the law. And I will say also, with respect to bail, when we advocated for changes and led the way nationally on changes to the Criminal Code with respect to bail, we were advocating for very clear definitions of what we saw as repeat violent offense, like previous use of a weapon, for example. So very, very detailed with respect to what we saw was a repeat violent offender and what we asked for in the criminal code.
Member.
I was going to, Mr. Chair, go to page 3 and over to page 7 of, or page 4 of the bail policy in a moment, but I just since the Attorney General referred to the federal amendments that came out in January of 2024, could I ask for you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, with the recommendations that the Attorney General was making, have they all been met, in her view, by those changes?
Attorney.
Thank you. So I think just to put it in context, the BC led the way when it came to the national conversation related to bail reform. And through that were many conversations that I personally had with the Federal Minister of Justice, along with my predecessors. And we did not get everything that we asked for, and I'll give one example of that. One of the suggestions that came through a conversation with the Minister of Justice at the time was that there be an expedited review process for bail determinations when Crown had sought detention, just so that law would develop with respect to, the case law would develop with respect to detention and bail orders.
Member.
Can the Attorney General expand on that recommendation? Certainly, as I referred to earlier, relating to the process and timeliness of the justice system, that timeliness is important. And what we've seen in the area of bail reform, there is compression. We see examples in the UK, for example, where it's been noted that the number of guilty pleas has actually decreased by over 30%. that there is a concern raised within the UK justice system that criminals are effectively gaming the justice system because the judicial process is logjammed. So this is another consideration in terms of when the minister talks about expediting review for a bail determination. I know that as well that there's a concern relating to pre-trial detention, the effects that has, and that's obviously there's a lot there in terms of what's under the charter and what's under the Jordan case. But if I can just ask the Attorney General to comment on what she is seeing as the need for expedited review for bail detention, and what are the impediments for the Attorney General to enable that systematically through Crown Counsel or otherwise.
Attorney.
Thank you. So what would be required for one of the changes that I mentioned before was criminal code changes, so we wouldn't be able to do that on our own. And the idea was to have a quick higher court review of case law so we could develop the bail policy a little bit more in this province. So we are doing a lot of things when it comes to, I think, one of the member was talking about, which was getting to court and court hearings faster and preventing Jordan stays. We, in our budget, have invested $19 million on a virtual bail policy. The virtual bail is using technology to help bail hearings not only happen quicker, but also to free up courtroom space so we can get to the trials and the things that need to happen in the courtroom. So virtual bail is now, and through this money, will be enhanced, be rolled out throughout the province, and that's like a significant investment in court modernization that helps to make sure we have timely files or timely trials. And the BCPS has also put into place many initiatives to try to get the number of Jordan stays down, and they've been successful in that. And that includes enhanced Crown ownership, file ownership to reduce file churn, province-wide quality standards for proactive criminal case management, including front-end disclosure and online charge assessment, increased flexibility on the use of direct indictments, implementation of a province-wide electronic file closing survey to gather business intelligence on material process and file developments, and the implementation of a major case management model to bring project management approach to the largest prosecution. So just some of the many interventions and changes to the justice system to make it operate more effectively.
Member.
One of the points that was made in last year's estimates to my predecessor, the member for Abbotsford West, in his capacity as Shadow Minister for the Attorney General, was a indication by the Attorney General that there was, in terms of measures that the government is taking, additional resources. One of the additional resources, apart from what the Attorney General just referred to, is the hiring of further 40 individuals in the Crown Council group. Could I ask through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, what is the status of that hire? How many are Crown Council prosecutors themselves versus administrative staff? And what is the budget item relating to that?
Attorney.
So there's 8.5 million in the budget to support this, and that was for 42 positions. And I'm told by the head of the prosecution service that they are full, and that's 28 Crown Counsel and 28 professional staff. Oh, sorry, 21 Crown Counsel, 21 professional staff. Sorry. Thank you.
Member.
And just to confirm, when was that put in place in terms of the actual hires themselves?
Attorney.
So the big hiring was done between January and May of last year. And so largely by the middle, I think there are different positions at different time, but middle of last year, the positions were filled.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just, part of the indication of how government is currently attempting to deal with this challenge has been, as the Attorney General described, in terms of virtual bail hearings and additional resources, have we actually seen an improvement in terms of addressing prolific offenders and the number of accused persons that are being dealt with? That's my question. And I will say that there was, as I'm sure the Attorney General is aware, there was a Freedom of Information request that was responded to from last July of 2023. And that response came in September 12th, 2023, and sets out data in respect of bail hearings for accused persons in custody, including comparing the periods of fall of 2022 to the winter of 2023 and the spring of 2023. And we recognize, of course, in the context of that, the new bail policy that came forward was in November of 2022. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, has there actually been an improvement in ensuring that we don't have this revolving door of what has been termed and referred to as a catch and release system? So where are the measures that actually demonstrate that improvement?
Attorney.
Thank you, Chair. The member raised, I think, two very important government initiatives. One is REVOI, the Repeat Violent Offender Initiative, and the other is virtual bail, and asked about the impact of those on the system. I'd like to spend some time talking about that. I think that not only with the Repeat Offender Initiative were those 12 hubs set up really quickly across the province. I think the member asked a question previously about how quickly the Crown Council were hired, but that's a testament to that program as well, because those Crown Council were dedicated to the Repeat Violent Offender Program. Those 12 hubs have been operating across the province now for since March, I think May, since May. And I visited some of these hubs across the province, and I have to say how dedicated that team of staff is, but what they are doing is focusing on the most repeat violent offenders that were referred into the program. It's a probation officer, Crown Council, and a police officer that are dedicated to figure out how to make sure that these individuals are dealt with in a way that keeps communities safe and breaks the cycle of crime for that individual. And some of the preliminary results that I've heard, I visited, for example, the hub in Prince George, where there was an individual that was perpetually being released. And when he was released, he was not able to access the medication that he needed to stabilize himself. The REVOI team kicked in that situation, and now that person is on the medication that they need to stabilize themselves. The community is safer from that individual, and the individual's in a better position. And also with respect to another story I heard from the REVOI teams in Surrey, there was an individual that was responsible for 100 calls a month to first responders. After entering the REVOI program, it's been 4 months, this person is responsible for 0 calls. So these are the exact interventions into our system that we've made with key individuals with the right experience to help address that issue. The second thing that the member raised was virtual bail. That's a key technological intervention into the justice system that started during COVID that really helps to make sure that bail hearings are done not only in a timely way, but in a way that frees up court time so that the courtrooms can be used for the serious matters that they need to do to make sure that criminal trials are held in quicker ways. So both of those are very important interventions that have helped the justice system in BC.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I look at the results for what was referred to as manually collected data, for the measure that is at least one of the accused files dealt with a violent offense, the percentage of hearings where Crown sought a detention order went from 30% in the fall of 2022 to 28% in the winter of 2023 to 27% in the spring of 2023. And that the percentage of hearings where a detention order was granted is still at a low percentage of 12%. So this is since the time that the government and the Attorney General has put forward its new policy in November of 2022, and yet we're not seeing an actual improvement on dealing with accused for bail hearings in the context of violent offenses. So again, through you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General, is the actual revised policy having any intended effect here?
Minister.
Thank you. I think the data that the member is referring to, I think really underline the reasons that we made the choices that we did. So the Crown Council cannot go above, they answer to an independent judiciary, as is our justice system, and the judges apply the law. So which is why we asked for changes to the bail policy with respect to repeat violent offenders, which took too long to come into force. It wasn't until January of this year that they are in force and law of the land. And so, it's the reason that we as a province led that advocacy, and we asked for it earlier from the federal government. Unfortunately, they took longer than we wanted them to.
Member.
Well, Madam Chair, we had a discussion previously, even in the area of hate crimes, about the policies in the Crown Council manual, which does give guidance to Crown Council. We've had much discussion in this House about the need for directives from the Attorney General when it comes to repeat prolific violent offenders in our province, and we continue to see the challenges. As the Attorney General confirmed, there has been the refinements that the Attorney General has sought federally, other than expedited reviews, which we can come back to in terms of timeliness here. I do understand that that is a component of what needs to be addressed as well. But the government's own data, and I do also recognize the nature of the data tracking that is being done by the Ministry of Attorney General. I think it's very important that this data is shared, even if it's in response to an FOI request. But it's the kind of data that helps British Columbians understand and maintain confidence, hopefully, in the administration of justice in our province. The revised bail policy, which I'd like to get into more in detail in a moment, was brought in place in November of 2022. And yet, we are now sitting in March of 2024. "15 months later. And yet the data actually shows a decrease in certain areas that are important. I will name another one, which is there is information provided. The measure is at least one file dealt with a violent offense and at least one file dealt with an outstanding warrant. The percentage of hearings where a Crown sought a detention order went from 31% in the fall of 2022 to 25% in winter of 2023 to 21% in the spring of 2023. That is a 10% decrease where the Crown sought a detention order. Can the Attorney General explain why there was a decrease as set out in this information?
Minister.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If I could just ask the member to help us understand exactly in a little more detail the time period and the exact offense that he's referring to, because that chart is a multi-layered one that he's referring to. I think we just need more clarity on that.
Member.
If it helps, before we moved, Madam Chair, Chambers, I had a copy that I could share. I did bring one for reference purposes, and I can just pass it over to the Attorney General. Thank you. I didn't highlight it, though, but I'll just direct her. Well, I will take the extra moment to highlight the exact column on the chart. Also had a highlighter here, but I will circle it. Oh, here's a highlighter. Thank you very much. Appreciate the on-the-spot service as always. Thank you. There it is. Can I keep the highlighter? No? It's okay.
I will keep you on.
I might need it later.
Here's one. I got two. Minister.
Thank you. So I would agree with the member as he mentioned that it's really good that the prosecution service is collecting this type of data. I think that's a good thing in understanding our justice system. I would just caution to say that it's hard to pick shorter periods of time because they just started to understand what the trends are. I'm informed by the BC Prosecution Service, the head of it that's right here behind me, that their next round of data, which is for the next 2 periods, that number that the member's referring to goes up to 25% and then 24%. So it's really hard to pick at different months, but I think what we will see over time is a better understanding of the general trends and what where the justice system is with respect to these hearings.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the response and that obviously they are limited to the time periods in which they were collected for. My overall concern, of course, is the continued trend down. So as we want to encourage the action by the Attorney General and this government in dealing and addressing with the challenge that we see in our communities and our streets for people who, British Columbians who feel very unsafe, that we need to recognize and hopefully communicate out to the public as to how this is being addressed. So I appreciate that this is a fairly involved table. I have isolated out a number of different indicators. I would ask through you, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General, when we come back and talk about timeliness in the judicial system, where there may be a holdup on considerations for justices, the courts themselves, to determine bail hearings and whether to make a determination, where does the timeliness of getting through the process, how is that measured and identified and also shared in the reports that I see, including in the annual service reports, but just wanted to hear directly from the Attorney General as to where the focus is on that and where it's presented.
Minister.
Thank you. So the timeliness of bail hearings is set by the criminal law. So within 24 hours, it's required to happen. And then after that, the times are set out by the sitting judge that's overseeing that.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And really the concern lies in the recognition by the courts as to if there is a detention order pending trial. The nature of the timing of getting through that process, is that a focus for the Attorney General?
Minister.
Just ask the member for some clarity about which process he's referring to after detention.
Member.
The period of detention pending trial.
Minister.
The legal parameters provide very clear timelines for process. So I'll start with if a person is detained and it's prolonged, they have a right of statutory reviews at certain periods of time. There is an ultimate, because of the constitutional rights of the individual, there's an ultimate timeline of 18 months for the provincial court and 30 months for the Supreme Court. And those are all of the time parameters that we must abide by.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that the Attorney General made reference earlier to some of the tracking that's done that I see in some of the reports, Table 7, for example, and what I think is the annual report for the Ministry, judicial stays of proceeding, which certainly indicates some focus on the outside dates where, as the Minister just described, 18 and 30 months, but we are talking about, for example, this measure that I see, which measures the number of times in the fiscal year that judges state criminal charges prosecuted by the BCPS due to unreasonable delay. So that is, Madam Chair, consistent with the focus that the Attorney General has on the outside dates. And certainly, of course, we don't want to have a justice system that sees those who are accused of certain criminal offenses not being prosecuted, having been charged, because of unreasonable delay. It's not good for that individual, but it's also not good to the victims of those crimes and their families and the public. And of course, it undermines the public's confidence in the administration of justice. What I'm asking, Madam Chair, though, is where is the focus of the Attorney General and her ministry on reducing the times, not the outside dates, but how is the justice system in this province able to reduce the time that an individual is in detention pending trial? Where is the measures on that? And what is the status and the progress of that measure?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start by saying that one is too many. One judicial stay because of being too long and our timelines to get to trial is too many. We have made significant investments and progress when it comes to this because it's a big focus of us, of the Ministry of the Attorney General and all of the, I know, the Chief Justice and Judge of our province. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about that. So the last fiscal year we had 4 judicial stays, and I want to put that in contrast to other provinces who have dozens, if not hundreds, of judicial stays because of timeliness. And this is because of a targeted focus of our people to make sure that that doesn't happen. So as of September 2023, it's less, time to schedule a criminal adult trial was less than 2 days. 2 to 4 days, a delay of 7 months, 5 days or more is 8 months. So sorry, if it's less than 2 days, it was 6.1 months, 2 to 4 days was 7.6 months, and 5 or more days was 8 months. And the prosecution service has done a considerable amount of work, and not only in court modernization that our court services branch is doing every day, but also targeted investments and enhancements in the process to make sure that we're reducing our Jordan stays to 0. And that means, and I'll list these: enhanced Crown file ownership to reduce file churn, province-wide quality standards for proactive criminal case management, including front-end disclosure and online charge assessment, increased flexibility on the use of direct indictments, implementation of a province-wide electronic file closing survey to gather business intelligence on material processes and file developments, implementation of a major case management model to bring a project management approach to the largest prosecutions, and also as a part of the ongoing process of continuing improvement, there's reforms that were made to streamlining administrative processes. For example, the Administrative Business Center, which provides staff with centralized business documentation that's updated continuously. The implementation of Crown Counsel scheduling system, which facilitates integrated electronic case scheduling with the provincial court and supports the long-term sustainability of Crown file ownership. The implementation of a comprehensive bail program in which the BCPS assumed responsibility for all after-hours charge assessments and bail process across the province. Implementation of a comprehensive disclosure strategy aimed at increasing efficiencies and reducing delays in criminal disclosure. So these are just some of the improvements in process and investments in technology we've made to really address the situation. I just want to also say that although 1 is too many, we are doing by orders of magnitude better than other provinces with respect to this.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would say earlier the Attorney General referred to this, and then in her long recitation there, in terms of the virtual bail hearings, I certainly, in my previous capacity as the Shadow Minister Attorney General, had recognized the work of the Deputy Minister, Richard Fife, and his group in moving forward with the judicial system to make those adaptations. But I would suggest, Madam Chair, that this is still an area of great focus, as the Attorney General has described. I think it's important for the public to understand those time frames and how our judicial system is addressing them in terms of their performance. But even as we talk about that, if that, I believe, and with recognition that I've been back in this role for the last 2 weeks, in my further consultations with members of the legal community in this province, this is something that I've heard identified as a concern still. So I will continue, of course, Madam Chair, to follow on with the Attorney General about timeliness. But even as we say that, in the view of the adjustments and modifications that the Attorney General has set out, it is still a concern in terms of what we see. We have gone over the results of the FOI request, which in a number of areas indicates a decrease in percentage of hearings where the Crown has sought detention orders, which means if the percentage is as low as 21% or even 24%, as the Attorney General referred to, and I appreciate, again, the role of Crown Counsel versus the role of the Attorney General in the judiciary, but the point is that the data is the data. It shows that at least in 76% of the instances, detention orders were not sought. This is for files with a violent offense and where there's a file with an outstanding warrant. This is the revolving door of justice that we're seeing in our province. This is the concern around the catch and release system. So I appreciate the Attorney General explaining some of the adaptations of the judicial system again that I will continue to follow on with. But the data doesn't actually provide and show the performance here in the face of something that I know was canvassed at length by the member from Abbotsford West with the Attorney General in last estimates, which is how do we even measure what is viewed to be measures around public safety? And I know that under the plan of the government that there's certain accountability to the Minister for Public Safety and Solicitor General. And so, I hope to have the opportunity to join my colleague, the member from Prince George Mackenzie, in that set of estimates. But clearly, the Attorney General has her responsibilities as well when it comes to addressing public safety, as we've been talking about here. And I know that last estimates, and I referred to this as well in my budget response speech in terms of the updated statistics from StatsCan that were issued in July of 2023, post last year's estimates, that there's been an increase of over 37% in violent crimes in British Columbia under this premiering government. And overall crime has surged by nearly 10%. In fact, British Columbia has seen the largest single increase in homicides in Canada in 2022. The number of homicide victims has risen by over 72% under this premiering government. The youth crime rate in British Columbia skyrocketed with an increase of 11% in that last year. These are the statistics that are there. And it is a province-by-province comparison as well. So, through you, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General, does the Attorney General, is she concerned about the state of public safety in our province, given and in view of these statistics?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to crime stats, I'm sure the member will be able to dive in pretty deeply with respect to that with the Solicitor General and the team at PSSG, as they're the ones that are the keepers and experts on crime stats. But what I will say to the question that the member asked is, yes, I care about public safety. Yes, I care about making sure that crime is dealt with appropriately in this province, and that's exactly why we've been making key investments where we have, why I have advocated for specific changes to the criminal code and continually advocating, as the member would know, based on the exchange we had about hate crimes, is that I'm in communication with the Minister of Justice federally about changes to that criminal code that will make it better for people our ability to go after hate crime in this province. Any type of crime in this province, we at the Ministry of Attorney General have a role to play in making sure that communities are safe and making sure that crime is dealt with appropriately and that the justice system is operating appropriately in response to crimes in our communities.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question I'm asking, though, through you, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General is for the Attorney General to address her level of concern in the face of the statistics which show rising violent crimes in British Columbia, homicides, youth crime rate. These are three indicators. I would give some other indicators, and I appreciate the Attorney General's response. But what I'm looking to the Attorney General to address is her level of assessment and concern about whether the measures that she has attempted to put forward are actually working in the face of increased violent crimes. We see in the latest Vancouver Police Department report issued in February last month, for example, that violent crimes continue to increase in the city of Vancouver with 6,251 crimes in 2023, and that sexual offenses have also increased by 10.5% from 641 incidents to 708 in 2023. I will note as well to the Attorney General that when we talk about the city of Vancouver, District 4, which is the area that I represent for Vancouver-Langara, the Leader of Official Opposition in Vancouver-Cochena, the Minister of the Environment in Vancouver-Fairview, and the new riding of Vancouver-Little Mountain, and to the Premier's riding in Vancouver-Point Grey. District 4 itself has seen an 8.8% increase, the largest increase, in fact, in the whole city of Vancouver. This is a concerning trend. The 10-year trend in the city of Vancouver only goes up. And that's what we've seen specifically in the last 7 years since 2017. So again, through you, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General, is she not concerned that the measures that she's putting in place just aren't working? That we continue to see a rise in violent crimes, repeat offenders. What is the Minister's own assessment about how this ministry is doing to address this concern?
Minister.
Thank you. The member raises stats, and I'm sure that can be canvassed in detail, as I mentioned, with the Solicitor General and his team. But I will say that stats can show many things, and the VPD stats also said that unprovoked stranger assaults decreased by 75% between 2021 and 2023, and that car thefts are down by 18%. I am very focused, along with my team, on making sure that our justice system is focused on repeat violent offenders, is focused on the harms that they do to community. I mentioned a little bit about the Revoy team before, and I want to say that the member asked pretty directly if I believe that those investments are making an impact, and the answer to that is yes. I've met with a few of the 12 hubs, and I plan on meeting with more of them, of the Revoy teams across this province, and that dedicated team of people that are focused on the most repeat violent offenders in our province. And there's close to 400 of them now that are in that program. And that dedicated resource, I know, was in place in 2012. And at the functioning of that showed a reduction in prolific offending by 40%. Unfortunately, that program was cut, but we've reinstated that very quickly. And those 12 repeat violent offender intervention initiative hubs that are in place are right now every day focused on reducing the impact of repeat violent offenders in this province, and that investment is proving to show very good results. The other thing that I will say is it's not the rest. It's not the only thing. We have the justice system, we have PSSG, we have Ministry of Mental Health and Addiction, we have the Ministry of Housing. Many ministries are working together through our Safer Communities Action Plan, and what you see in this budget is key investments in every aspect of that plan to make sure that all of the things we need to do to keep communities safer are there. We stood up key interventions in our justice system. I talked about one, I could talk about many other that we've done, but we've also worked in partnership with other ministries to tackle this problem to make sure that communities are safe.
Member.
Madam Chair, thank you. Given the time that I have, I need to complete this section of the estimates process on this topic with some more additional questions. But I know that the Attorney General and I can talk at length relating to our difference in view in terms of the statistics and appreciate that this is an ongoing concern, that the reason why we continually raise this is because we hear from so many British Columbians and constituents that they don't feel safe. And they don't feel safe in the context of what they see on their streets and in their neighborhoods and on their schoolyards. But having said all that, I do want to turn to the actual bail policy itself, November 22, 2022. And on page 3, the Attorney General has already cited specific reference to what a repeat violent offender means for the purpose of the policy. I would say as well that the heading of this section, as was stated in the news release that was put out, the media statement, is, of course, protecting public safety and maintaining confidence in the administration of justice. This, Madam Chair, goes to the core element of what the Attorney General and Crown Counsel throughout its policies needs to ensure. I certainly recognize that. So my first question on this, through you, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General is, the wording in the policy makes reference to, when we're talking about a repeat violent offender who's charged with an offense involving a weapon, Crown Counsel must seek their detention unless they are satisfied, having regard to all the circumstances, that the risk to public safety posed by the accused's release can be reduced to an acceptable level by bail conditions. So through you, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General, what is meant and what is the test for acceptable level?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Just start with putting it in context is that as I know, I think the member knows about the way our legal system works is that we can't unduly unfetter the Crown Counsel in their decision making, but they're highly trained and they're bound by many things. And we talked about it at length. The first is the Criminal Code of Canada. So they will look at the facts of the case, any circumstances related to it, and the plan, and including the case law. So in terms of what sets acceptable levels or not, they're guided by all of those things, including the Criminal Code and the case law of Canada in determining that.
Member.
Recognizing the roles here, are there instances where Crown Counsel, when we're talking about a difference in view, Crown Counsel has sought detention because the risk to public safety cannot be reduced to acceptable levels by bail conditions, and yet the court has a difference in view, of course. In the court rules, there are bail conditions imposed, but in the view of the Crown Counsel, that is actually not at an acceptable level, and that there is a significant or a risk to public safety posed by the accused's release. In those situations or examples or instances, has Crown Counsel appealed the release of violent criminals so that that risk is addressed?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So there's a statutory right of review to a detention order, and it's regularly sought by Crown Counsel, and so that's a way that they can challenge an order. And I'm told by the BC prosecutors that it's pretty regularly used by our Crown Counsel.
We don't get a review of a detention, or we get a review of a release.
Sorry, a review of release when we sought detention. Just to clarify, that's the review.
Member.
Completely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just if you, the Attorney General can repeat her last part of her answer, just so I can clearly hear it.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry. What I meant to say, I should have said it's a statutory right of review when a detention was sought, but there was a release. So the Crown Counsel has a right of review in that circumstance.
Member.
And to clarify, I believe the Attorney General had said previously to that, and that that statutory right to review is regularly deployed by Crown Counsel. Is that the case?
Minister.
That's what I'm told.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to come back to the policy and this section of the bail BAI 1 policy under this section heading. And of course, we see there's a focus in the way the policy is written relating to repeat violent offenders. But there's recognition, of course, that for public safety, victims and witnesses, including child victims and witnesses, intimate partner violence, sexual offenses, adult victims, vulnerable victims, and witnesses, that when I look at those sub-policies or related policies, and for example, I would just turn to the first one, CHI 1, issued on May 20th, 2022, child victims and witnesses, that these other policies have separate bail sections and bail consideration sections. So I would expect that the reason why this policy is drafted this way is it cross-refers to the fact that there are additional bail considerations in these policies. When I look at the bail policy for child victims and witnesses, there is a requirement that Crown Counsel shall request a warrant wherever it is necessary to seek a detention order or conditions of release to protect a child victim or other potential victims. I also note that where the offense is of a sexual or violent nature, relevant factors should be communicated to the court to ensure protection of the public. I know that there are many examples that are disturbing to members of the public amongst areas of offense for repeat offenders. And those areas of offense are not just violent offenders, those that are convicted of repeat offenses involving a weapon, but there are other offenses under the Criminal Code which are set out in these other policies. And with respect to children, as we know, there was a significant level of concern raised recently, including from my colleague, the member from Kelowna Mission, today in question period. As I understand it, there's a bail hearing being held tomorrow for Taylor Dewick. I appreciate the Attorney General's response in question period today, but I just wanted to follow on in view of these policies in both elements, that in the case of this individual or a repeat sex offender against children, that there would be a need to seek a detention order or conditions of release to protect other potential victims, and that there is a need that relevant risk factors be communicated to the court to ensure protection of the public. It's the protection of the public, of course, that the member from Kelowna Mission talked about at length in a very concerning way. And that, of course, unfortunately, regrettably, talked about how an 11-year-old girl was sexually assaulted by this predator despite his prior convictions, and despite the fact that the public had no warning of this individual being back out in the community. So I would like to give the Attorney General an opportunity to respond in this context, in the context of the discussion we've been having about the architecture of these bail policies and how they're being applied. I appreciate that there was some comment made by the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General, as I recall, about some investigation. But however the Attorney General chooses to reply to this, I do think it's important to understand the workings of these policies, because it's these policies that this government points to in terms of how it's addressing this concern. So through you, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General, I'd like to give the Attorney General an opportunity to help explain and raise public awareness and understanding as to how this particular bail policy applies to a repeat sex offender for children, even as we saw the concern relating to Taylor Dewick in Kelowna.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the member asked a very specific question about the bail policy that we have in this province, particularly in relation to repeat sexual offenders for children. It's obviously a very serious crime in this province, and an accused that's going through this, and the bail policy reflects how serious that's taken. If you look at the page 3 there, I'm not going to be able to talk about all the complexities and details of the policy, but I will refer the member to the fact that there are not only, is it not only contained in this, but it's contained in great detail with specific policies related to child victims and witnesses, intimate partner violence, sexual offenses of adult victims, vulnerable victims and witnesses, all focused on the understanding that safety of the public is a matter of concern with respect to repeat offenders. So I would just refer the member to the detailed perspective in these policies. With respect to the particular case I spoke about earlier in question period, it makes me angry. I'm sure it makes everybody angry, the outcomes of that particular case. And I think it's right. The Solicitor General has asked for a review to understand what happened in that particular case to make sure that it never happens again.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the response from the Attorney General in the sense that there's recognition of this never to happen again. I would encourage the Attorney General, and I know she recognizes what I've said here relating to this specific CHI-1 policy in the Crown Council Policy Manual relating to children or child victims and witnesses, and that these particular provisions seem to be quite applicable to the unfortunate, very unfortunate situation that was described by my colleague, the member from Kelowna Mission, and what families and community members are dealing with in Kelowna. And I would hope that in the context of whatever follow-on there is with the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General within the integrated justice system that we have in this province, that there is a specific review of this policy and whether there was a gap in how the policy was being applied. And that's not just, that's within the system, I say that. Because, of course, clearly the communication of risk factors is to be communicated to the court to ensure protection of the public. So somewhere along the way, there seems to be been a gap, regrettably, very regrettably. I just also, with regret, need to turn to another section of my estimates process with the Attorney General in the time that I have. So I appreciate the patience of the Attorney General as we get through the balance of my time here, short as it is. I would like to now turn to an area that is of significant consideration and concern within the legal community in our province for the last 2 years, since the time of the release of the intentions paper by the Ministry of Attorney General in September 2022, and of course I'm referring to the legal professions regulatory modernization. We know, of course, that there was a response to this. One of the responses was set out in the Canadian Bar Association's BC branch's paper in November 18, 2022, and of course there's been a process, Madam Chair, of some level of consultation, and the Ministry did issue a What We Heard report in May of 2023. So given the scale of what's being considered here, I think it's important that as we have this opportunity to talk about the state of our justice system, and as we've touched on here in a few ways, that the main framework within the legal profession, the 14,000 lawyers in this province and the notaries and the paralegals, as we talk about the importance of access to justice, clearly we recognize. But there has been a concern expressed that I've heard, certainly over the last number of years, about the overreach and the intrusion by the government in a continued way into the lives of British Columbians, and of the continued path under this current government for government control over formerly independent professions. We saw that with the engineers, and we saw that certainly under Bill 36 with the time that we had before closure was brought on the first third of the bill, when we still had 2/3 of the bill to go through, as the member from Prince George Valemount knows very well, and the members of the official opposition. We didn't even have the opportunity to review the rest of that bill. So in the context of this discussion, recognizing that the government, as far as we can determine with the official opposition, recognizing that there are many organizations under NDAs, stakeholder groups in this province, that from what we can tell, what we sense, is that the legal profession is one of the last professions in British Columbia to have independence from the provincial government. And it's for good reason, Madam Chair, because, of course, the legal profession is that constitutional check and balance against government, and arguably the only thing that protects citizens, British Columbians, from government overreach. So through you, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General, in the context of the modernization process that the Attorney General is still and her ministry involved with, I'm asking the Attorney General to confirm and indicate whether this government sees the danger in government interference in the legal profession as a danger to one of the central foundations of a free democracy.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a lawyer, and I know the member opposite asking the questions is a lawyer, and one of the things that we hold as lawyers is that our independence is key to our ability to operate in our profession, and that the regulator is, of course, tasked to make sure that that independence stands. And I can assure the member that this project is not about the attack on the independence of the legal profession. It's about modernizing the regulator and the legal professions and increasing access to justice for the public of this province. I am engaged with meetings with anybody who asks about this topic in order to hear their perspectives and their ideas. We're getting a lot of really interesting ideas when it comes to this. So the end result will be better access to justice, a modern regulator, and the independence of the legal profession.
Member.
I would expect that the Attorney General and the Premier and members of the Legislative Assembly, including those who are members of the Law Society and have practiced within the legal profession in our province, like myself, that there is great recognition of the importance of a free and independent, self-regulated legal profession. But the Attorney General just also indicated that in terms of the level of consultation that has occurred over the last, since September of 2022, just checking the dates again, you know, we're coming on now almost to 2 years for this project, a year and a half at least, that many of the organizations that are critical to this discussion, such as the Law Society itself, the Paralegal Association, the Notary Association in British Columbia, have been required to sign non-disclosure agreements, which effectively, as you know, Madam Chair, silences those organizations from engaging in any public discussion about this issue. So, will the Attorney General confirm that all of these organizations, including the Law Society and the Society of Notary Public in British Columbia, have been asked to sign NDAs, they're under NDAs, and is she not concerned that this constrains the level of public discourse and review and engagement on such a significant modernization, in the words this government uses, of the legal profession?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. As the member knows, as somebody who served in government, that this is a regular practice not related to this bill. I will just reiterate what some of the things the member mentioned before, is that this has been a public process in terms of open call for the public to give their input. The release of an intentions paper, of what we heard document, and there will be further, and obviously I mentioned I take meetings with anybody who asks that they want a meeting about this. It's a very common practice when we're drafting legislation to sign NDAs with the most knowledgeable and interested parties, and actually in my view, that helps the process because it helps us be able to dig into the draft legislation with these parties in a confidential way and get their input, get their feedback, get their expertise to make it a better piece of legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I made reference earlier to the fact that we're in the third week of a 10-week compressed legislative session. So I appreciate the opportunity at the beginning of estimates to have this discussion with the Attorney General, recognizing as well in terms of what she said, Madam Chair, and also to highlight, I know the Attorney General is aware of the letter that she would have received back in January 12th of this year, 2024, addressed from Scarlett Morishita, the president of the Canadian Bar Association, the British Columbia branch. And so Mr. Morishita, on behalf of the 7,800 members of the CBA of British Columbia, expressed concern about needing the opportunity to have a proper, fulsome discussion and consultation with lawyers in the broadest way, and that there was a particular urging by the Canadian Bar Association, a request that the proposed draft legislation be shared with the entire legal profession and the public with sufficient time for meaningful and open consultation prior to its consideration by the Legislature. So through you, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General, will the Attorney General agree to that request to ensure that there's a broader level of consultation and engagement with members of the legal profession and the broader public?
Minister.
Thank you. Just to reiterate what I said before, it's not special about this piece of legislation that we're working on, that this is a confidential process. Parliamentary privilege is one of the fundamentals of our democracy. So we are engaged with the regulators under an NDA to look at that legislation. I think it will make it better. But of course, as always, I'm committed to meeting with the CBA. I have met with them in the past to talk about this and make sure that everybody understands what our goals are.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And really, I appreciate the Attorney General's confirmation, at least to the ongoing dialogue and the availability of the Attorney General to meet with members of the CBA and Mr. Morishita and his executive members as well, executive director as well. But the context, Madam Chair, is the actual details of the proposed legislation. What we have, Madam Chair, as I referred to, is the government's what we heard paper that was released in May of 2023, which is almost coming on 10 months ago, and in the absence of any further clarity about what the government is considering or proposing coming forward, other than that closed group of individuals, as the Attorney General described, who are under non-disclosure agreements. This is where this government has been so much challenged by public process and consultation. When we don't bring along members of the public, we have a lot of concerns expressed. We saw that certainly with the Land Act amendments. A breakdown and a failure in public process. In this case, Madam Chair, we don't even have a slide deck on engagegov.bc.ca, which describes the framework for the legislation, which we did have in the Land Act Amendment. At least this time, we have an intentions paper that was publicly announced in some way. Land Act amendments, we didn't even have a public announcement. But we had a government that changed the slide deck. So here, in the absence of any details, we have this what we heard report. And that's the reason why. Why would the Canadian Bar Association, BC branch, representing 7,800 lawyers of the 14,000 in our province, why would they be concerned about seeing the proposed legislation in advance of when it's tabled in this House? Because there's just no details, Madam Chair. So let me just ask one fundamental aspect. The Minister confirmed earlier in response to my first question that she recognizes and supports the need to maintain the independence of the legal profession in our province. Madam Chair, through you to the Attorney General, does that mean that the Attorney General will confirm that elected lawyers will form the majority of any proposed regulatory board?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just note that talking about the details of legislation that's yet to be introduced in this context is, in my view, out of bounds of the conversation that we would be having. But we should be having. What I can say is that very key to the discussions is we talked about the independence, maintaining the independence of the legal profession, understanding that governance is an important role in that. So these are one of the factors and principles that we are taking into account when it comes to this legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate, Madam Chair, the context in which we're having this discussion. I appreciate there's been some latitude for that. I would suggest the reason for that is because of the compressed nature of our legislative session, the lack of understanding and transparency from this government as to where it's at with the modernization of the legal profession, other than the what we heard report. And even with respect to the Attorney General's last response, I appreciate that the Attorney General has indicated that it's a factor, independence is a factor for consideration. But Madam Chair, that's not a clear answer. That's not a clear answer that the members, the membership, the composition. Everything okay? Yeah, okay. The composition of the regulatory board is going to have a majority of elected lawyers. I know that this remains of grave concern. I can only hope that the Attorney General will stay clear in her perspective to recognize the independence of the legal profession. And the reason for that, both as recognized under our Constitution in case law, recognition that herself, in her role as Attorney General of this province, is tasked with ensuring that the public administration of justice is conducted according to the law, and her role as a member of this government. So, Madam Chair, it is something I've talked about at length. When the Premier was the former Attorney General of our province, the role that he had to be the Chief Legal Officer of our province, and what it meant in the context of the significant reform to ICBC legislation that he brought forward, while being the minister responsible for ICBC. I have argued at length about that with this government, that in my view, and the view of some others in the legal profession, the Premier was in clear conflict with his duties. So, I've said it in this House, it's on the record. You can go check Hansard, it's there in length. Well,
I would remind members who has the floor.
it's on the Hansard record, and that's something that everyone, all British Columbians can read. I'll repeat it again. The Premier was under conflict. I've said it repeatedly in this House. Well, I'm happy to say it here. I've said it as a member of this Legislative Assembly and the role that I play. So I say that to understand the current Attorney General and the role that she has at the pleasure of the Premier. So recognizing that, and recognizing the example that the Premier set as the Attorney General of our province, the challenges that he had in his own role, as I've questioned in this House repeatedly, as members on the opposite side have raised. So with that in mind, Madam Chair, I would ask this Attorney General to confirm and to consider, as she introduces legislation in this legislative session, does she not see any concern relating to the conflict in her duties as Attorney General of our province, the Chief Legal Officer of our province, when we're talking about potentially threatening the legal independence of the legal profession in our province?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The member has said many things that I would question the accuracy of. And simply to the question of whether or not I see a conflict, the answer is no. I'm working to make the justice system better in this province, to increase access to justice in this province, to make it so we have a functioning justice system that responds to people's needs, and I'll keep doing that work. And I know that my predecessor, who's now Premier, I'm very proud of the work that he did when he was Attorney General.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just remind the Attorney General that the track record of the Premier is spotty at best. With the amount of reform that the Premier led as the Attorney General of this province, the level of challenge to the rule of law, the rules of court, many pieces of legislation that the Premier had brought forward as the Attorney General were ruled unconstitutional. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, is the Attorney General concerned in any way that the potential reform of the legal profession, the modernization, in terms of what she has been reviewing with her ministry, would be ruled unconstitutional?
Attorney. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, obviously we will see as the details are shared with this House in the weeks to come, if not sooner. I will just turn back to the topic that the Attorney General reiterated in terms of the purpose of the legal profession's modernization. it's been said, and certainly I share the recognition, as I would think all members of the legal profession, in the work with notaries and paralegals and those who work in family law and the like, legal aid, that we need to continue to support greater access to justice for our province and British Columbians. But we know, of course, Mr. Chair, that work has been ongoing for many years. We see that with many of the services that have been created, including legal services, that's now legal aid, the creation of Pro Bono Law BC, which is now Access Pro Bono, discussions to amendments to the Legal Professions Act back in 2018, which I certainly reviewed with the Premier when he was Attorney General to permit licensed paralegals. There's been many examples, and obviously the work that's been done in family law and First Nation justice strategy, that there are many examples of how we can continue to improve and support access to justice in our province. But of course, it is not necessary to undermine or interfere with the lawyer's rights to self-regulate and be independent. So I will just ask for the last time before I move on, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, is there any specific item here that's being considered in terms of access to justice that necessitates interfering with the lawyer's right to self-regulate?
Attorney.
Thank you. The premise of the question is that I have some intention to undermine the independence of the legal profession, and the answer to that is no. But the member raises, I think, some really important work that we've done on access to justice, whether it's standing up Indigenous justice centres across this province. There will be 15 in a year, really improving access to justice in this province, whether it's an infusion of money to family law legal aid to help up to 4,500 more people access family law legal aid in this province. I could list all of the interventions, whether it's the early resolution process, virtual bail, all the interventions that we've had to make our justice system work better in this province. And we're doing that in partnership with lawyers across this province to do the work that are really committed to the same goals that we have, which is serving the public and helping people resolve their legal disputes.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just turning to some of the points we just touched on in respect of legal aid and family law. Mr. Chair, British Columbia is the only province in Canada without legal aid for routine family law matters like spousal and child support, parenting arrangements, or dividing debts and property fairly. This budget has offered no new funding or expansion for family law legal aid for these types of situations. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, why has there been no additional support provided, especially in the face of the submissions that have been provided to the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services in this area over the last 7 years?
Attorney.
Thank you, Chair. As a government, we've been trying to dig legal aid out of the massive hole that they were in when we formed government. In 2002, there was a 40% cut across the board, a 60% cut to family law, and the complete elimination of poverty law services in this province. The complete elimination. To think about the number of people that went without legal services at that time that were in a desperate need of help is just astounding to me. We have put a record amount of money back into legal aid services in this province. $8 million to expand family legal aid, including the creation of a multidisciplinary family legal clinic, expanding eligibility for family law legal aid services, increasing intake capacity. $1.113 million to provide legal aid service for the incremental expansion of the early resolution process, which goes beyond legal aid in terms of services. It's not just legal services that are provided in that. We've put so many resources, particularly when there's family violence, to dig our province out of the hole created by the other government when it came to access to justice in this province. We'll continue to do that work.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair. I appreciate the response. As I said at the outset, British Columbia remains the only province in Canada that doesn't provide legal aid for these types of family law challenges, and that as much as the Attorney General refers to the provincial court's early resolution system, that doesn't help those who need a lawyer to assist them. And so as a result, parents who are in these situations, when we're dealing with child support and parenting time, division of assets, are left to navigate the system on their own or give up their children, leaving their children in continual conflict. But I will go on, just given what the time we have here, to raise another area with the Attorney General. That is, we know, despite the changing nature of the government's recognition of Métis Nation BC, that there is some level of ongoing work that's being done despite the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, his 2 letters in May where in one case he recognized Métis Nation BC, and in the second case, 2 weeks later, he reversed his position. But I will pursue that more in the estimates process for Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. But in the context of the work that's been done, I understand from the leadership of Métis Nation BC that they've had some discussion with the Premier about this as well. The ongoing work in terms of the justice strategy that is moving forward, I understand that it is near completion. I would just ask the Attorney General to share where the work is being done with Métis Nation BC on that justice strategy and the services that would be made available with the Métis Nation BC Justice Council involvement. And if the Minister can confirm where that Métis justice strategy is at this current time in terms of implementing and approving, well, approving first and then implementing with this current government.
Attorney.
Thank you. I just want to start by correcting something that the member said previously to make sure that it's clear that if people are listening, that they can get legal aid services. So the suggestion that no family law services, that some family law services are not available for legal aid is just not true. We have contracts that can provide services for all family law issues in this province, and you don't have to show that there's family violence implicated, but there are special services for that. I want to put that clearly on the record. The infusion of $29 million into that program will mean that 4,500 more people get access to legal aid from family law in this province. With respect to the member's question about the Métis Justice Strategy, we're working towards endorsement of that strategy in the next coming months this spring.
Member.
In the context of just sticking with the Métis Justice Strategy here, has there been, with the work that is going on with Indigenous Justice Centres, inclusion or consultation with Métis Nation BC about creating and ensuring that those centres are safe spaces for Métis peoples as well?
Attorney.
Our expectation and what's in the strategy is that those Indigenous Justice Centres would be culturally respectful and open and inclusive to all Indigenous people in this province. It's my understanding that those conversations between the nations are happening right now to make sure that the centres do that. Okay.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in terms of the consultations with nations, just to be specific, is there ongoing or any discussion with Métis Nation BC that's actually budgeted for in respect of consultation for Indigenous Justice Centres?
Attorney.
Thank you, Chair. We have provided funding in the past to support the development of the strategy. Once the strategy is endorsed, which we look forward to happening in the next few months, then we can have a conversation of the supports needed and the funding needed to support the strategy.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, once the strategy is approved by government, the next step is to identify the resources necessary to implement the strategy, meaning the financial resources. Is that the case? And secondly, if that is the case, how long a period of time will that be in terms of providing capacity funding to implement the strategy?
Attorney.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. We don't have a specific timing on that next stage, just that we would sit down with our partners to figure that out with them.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we recognize, of course, that and I just want to make this point through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, just to have her provide a further comment, really recognizing the challenge here, which is that we obviously recognize the overrepresentation challenge that we have as a province with the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in our justice system, and I know that that has been part of the mandate letters even for our current Premier when he was Attorney General. But also, Mr. Chair, Métis peoples are also a part of that overrepresented Indigenous population in our judicial system. And I know that there continue to be concerns by Métis peoples about the discrimination they face within our justice system due to a lack of knowledge and understanding of Métis people in BC and Métis culture. So with that in mind, as I understand it, this Métis justice strategy has been work that's been going on for some years. And as we just talked about in our discussion about funding, that funding, I would say that based on the Attorney General's response, there is no funding. There is no funding in this budget. There's nothing allocated. That funding determination will occur after the strategy is ultimately finalized and approved by this government with Métis Nation BC. So, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, is the Attorney General not concerned that with the challenge that Métis peoples face here in our province, that this continued delay is leading to real challenge to put lives of Métis peoples literally at risk in our province?
Attorney.
One of the things that we're very committed to as a government is our work, not only in UNDRIP, but for my part, the Indigenous Justice Strategy. And that has two tracks to it. And the first track is to make sure that the negative impacts of the current justice system that are felt by Indigenous people across this province, including Métis, is lessened. And we have been putting substantial resources towards that. And those are through the Indigenous Justice Centres, where there are close to 10 now, and there will be 15 in a year from now across this province, where there's a team of legal professionals and supports that are set up there to provide legal services. And it is also why we acknowledged the need for a Métis Nations justice strategy, and that's why we funded them to get to the stage of where we are today with that. So we are not only seized with this issue, I care about it deeply as Attorney General. We are also putting resources towards this to make it better.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate that response from the Attorney General. I would just like to turn back to the point of clarification that the Attorney General provided relating to our discussion relating to legal aid for family law challenges or problems. I just wanted to clarify when I asked the original question, I was referring to legal aid supports for to fund and support families who are experiencing challenges in the family law area relating to child support, parenting time, division of assets, and debts. And I made the statement that BC is the only province that doesn't provide legal aid for those services. So just to clarify, I heard the Attorney General's clarification subsequent to that, but just to re-clarify my question, I'd just like to ask the Attorney General to clarify her response, just so that we're clearer that we're talking apples to apples, and as the expression goes.
Attorney.
Thanks for the opportunity to provide further clarity on this one. Yes, to the member, we do provide legal services, for family law legal services for all family law issues in this province through things like family limited rep contracts. And as I mentioned before, the money that was recently announced will go to an expansion of services for people in this province.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to come back to a question that I actually realized that I had moved over when we were talking about the basic theme that I've been addressing here with the Attorney General throughout the life of this estimates process has been about confidence, public's confidence in the administration of justice. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, when we look at the service plan, page 13, for example, of the 2023-2024 Attorney General Service Plan, there has an objective, 2.1, which is improved community and public safety for all British Columbians. So I'd ask to you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, I don't see any performance measure in the Attorney General Service Plan related to that. So first of all, why is that? And if that is the case, how does the Attorney General measure the performance of the Ministry of Attorney General relating to maintaining confidence in the administration of justice?
Attorney.
Thanks, Chair. So with respect to that question, we have taken a whole of government approach with it when it comes to our community safety plan through the Safer Communities Action Plan. So that is a collaboration of multiple ministries with respect to the work that we're doing on public safety. So because of that, performance measures are held by different ministries. So for example, I talked at length today about the Revoy program and the investments that we are making in that. So of course, we are the Crown Council part of that, but the overall oversight of that in terms of measures are held by the Solicitor General and the Ministry of Public Safety. So as it's a whole government approach, we feed into other performance measures as the member asked.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a specific measure, a performance measure that measures the impact of the repeat violent offending intervention initiative, Revoy?
Attorney.
Yes, I'm really proud of the work of the Revoy program, and I think the members heard me mention it many times, but one of the key things that we're doing very differently in this province, and I know that compared to other provinces, is understanding data that we have on people as they are going through the justice system so we can make better decisions. So that program has I think, in terms of reference on what the performance measures are. It's too early to release that, but at some point we will be able to tell the public what we're finding in the few months that's just been running.
Member.
Just related to all of this, Mr. Chair, is in recognizing the Attorney General's previous response, and we'll likely, hopefully, have the opportunity to talk directly with the Minister responsible for Public Safety and Solicitor General. There is a specific objective in that Minister's Service Plan 4.1, which is equivalent to increased public confidence in justice and public safety sector. And this is in respect of measuring performance relating to public confidence in police services. So recognizing the fact that we're talking about an integrated plan, I would have expected, though, Mr. Chair, that there would be a separate performance measure in terms of what effectively would be the mirror image of that, the confidence of the public in the court and prosecution service of BC to maintain confidence in the administration of justice. Why is there no separate performance measure here for the Attorney General and her ministry?
Attorney.
Thanks. So this is a very complicated answer, and I'll try to clarify this in the context of the justice system. We have an independent judiciary, rightfully so, in a democracy. We have an independent BC Prosecution Service, and we have a multi-ministry approach when it comes to community safety. And we have the legal framework, and we talked at length today about Jordan stays and the timelines that the judiciary puts on us, which is a performance measure in itself, but it's a judicially determined one. So as a justice system, we operate actually with many measurements that are on us all the time, and we don't hold the data or so the judiciary has their work plan and their KPIs, the BC Prosecution Service does. We have specific ones that, like I talked about with Ravoy, that's held by the PSSG that's monitoring that we're measuring. We also we're taking data in new ways, and I think the member had some of that in his hand when he was asking me questions. But it is a very interesting topic, and I just want to say what COVID taught us about this. So in the independence, and the rightfully so, all the independent actors in the justice system, during COVID, there was a need to work together to keep the justice system working. And through that, there's a national action committee, which BC sits on because of leadership that we so I sit on this, and it contains the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, the federal minister, different reps of the judiciary, and attorneys generals, and ministry reps. And we talk about data because I think the member's asking this question, which is a really important one, which is that how does the justice system measure outcomes? Which is it's a hard question in itself. What's an outcome, right? I just think that we are through the data we're collecting in BC in new ways, but also the conversation that we're at the table at nationally, to understand that it is going to make us help to move in a direction that we understand that. But just to say all the independent actors are important and their own measurements, and then there's the courts, like I mentioned, that set certain limits on us, and we talked about it, that the 18 months and 30 months with Jordan stays. So that's a measurement we have to work towards.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the response from the Attorney General, and I would just, at this point, like to recap, just so I can have the Attorney General confirm the level of follow-on that myself can be doing as organized through her office with her ministry. We talked earlier about hate crimes and anti-Semitism and the additional measures and data that is being collected post February 16th with the new Hat 1 policy. We've talked about some of the measures here, and the Attorney General just summarized the overall framework. I do recall, certainly, and I appreciated, as I mentioned earlier, the degree of access I was receiving, not that I'm suggesting this at this juncture, but through the pandemic, the Premier, as a former Attorney General, had arranged for myself to have weekly briefings with the Deputy Attorney General, Richard Fife, in that context. And I certainly appreciate the level of collaboration and work that was going on both provincially and nationally, as the Attorney General said. We've talked about the statistics and the challenges. We don't, I may still talk about them tomorrow in the small time I have left. But I think it just demonstrates the importance of continued improvement to our judicial system. So let me just ask the Attorney General to confirm that level of follow-on that I could have. I'll just pause here to have that on the record, and then I can follow on between our staffs in the future.
Attorney.
Thanks, Chair. And to the member opposite, of course, if there is a briefing that he would like on a specific topic or regular briefings, we are open and happy to do that.
Member.
Thank you. I just now turn to an area which is a bit sensitive, so keep that in mind, but it is related to confidence in the justice system. And so I know that I would say that I'm certainly mindful in my role in opposition and what is said. but I hope that members of the public and members of the bar would consider that the comments that we make are really, obviously, we are here to hold the government to account, that they are political in nature. But when we're talking about people's safety and confidence in our justice system, that there is a balance that we all need to maintain. And I think it's instructive to all members of this House to have the discussion I'm about to have with the Attorney General, but also recognize that the Attorney General and the Premier of our province have specific roles. And that's something that I questioned earlier, raised earlier, and we don't need to retrade that ground right now. But it is in the context of comments made. And so recently, there was from the Attorney General, and I wanted to give her the opportunity in the context of this, in the context of the discussion we're having about the importance of maintaining public confidence in the administration of justice in our province. The Attorney General made some public comment around, I guess it was October, November of 2023, relating to a convicted voyeur using what was a hidden camera and an electric toothbrush charger to film video of an international student. And so obviously lots of concerns around that. And we talk about here that this individual had a conditional discharge after pleading guilty to one count of voyeurism and avoided a criminal record if he completed 30 months of probation. There were certain comments that were made by the Attorney General related to that, and it went along the lines of the importance of trauma-informed practice for all members of the justice system, but arguably it could be viewed to be directed to the judge involved in this. Obviously, we recognize that the role that the Attorney General plays is an important one with responsibility for BC Prosecution Service, as we've been discussing through the length of this estimates process, and that the roles of Crown and Defence Counsel in presenting information and the role of the judge in balancing sentencing factors are important. I only say this because I know that there was some concern expressed by members of the Legal Committee about the comments the Attorney General made. I know that we need to continue to maintain that level of balance and the crucial role that the Attorney General plays in maintaining the confidence in our justice system. So through that, Mr. Chair, with that in mind, I know the Attorney General knows about the instance that I'm referring to, but I'd like to give her the opportunity to just perhaps comment on her learnings from that situation.
Attorney.
Thank you. I just would like to say on the record that I understand my role pretty clearly, whether it's as an elected representative of a riding in this province with particular political views, but also as the Attorney General and the Chief Law Officer of this province. And they're something that I weigh and think about every day in this job, and I take very seriously in everything that I do when it comes to my role. I will say that the leader of the official opposition said, with respect to the comments I made, that he would side with the AG on this one, that it's an outrageous situation and we don't want young women to be victimized like that with people hiding cameras and having very little consequences. And I'll leave it at that.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the way I framed the question was the recognition of the roles that we each play. And I think we all have a lot to learn from each other. And that's the reason why I raised the question. But I appreciate the response and the way that the Attorney General provided it. I would just suggest that the reason why I raise it is for the learnings in this. And I would suggest that there are still considerations around this. And I heard the Attorney General speak to her role and the recognition of her role. So with that in mind, I would just ask her then, in terms of the Premier himself, the Premier has also made similar comments that might be seen to be questioning decisions made by the judiciary in ways that might undermine concerns and confidence in the justice system. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, does the Attorney General have the same level of conversation with the Premier to ensure that, of course, he would say himself he understands his role, but just to remind the Premier of his responsibilities as well, and vis-a-vis ensuring that we continue to have and support the public's confidence in the administration of justice in our province?
Attorney.
I can assure the member that as a previous Attorney General, the Premier understands the role very much, and any conversation that I have with him obviously is completely confidential.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to turn, in the time that we have left today, to a recent statement by the Premier, which I would just pass to the Attorney General if I can, just for reference. If someone could be available to do that. Although I will, maybe I could just comment first before I do that, and just because I'm not sure I have more than one copy here, I just, with this. This is in respect of the Gitslada First Nations Court of Appeal application. So, as we know, in terms of Mineral Tenure Act review, there was a Supreme Court of Justice decision in respect of that case that was brought forward both by the Gitslada First Nation and Hatchesat First Nation. Back in November, at the end of November, at the First Nations Leadership Gathering in Vancouver, there is a report as to what the Premier had said about the notice or information that the Gitslada at least had filed a notice of appeal indicating that they would apply to appeal the decision. The Premier had said that the province is currently working on a new Mineral Tenure Act that makes sense for 2023, and that the direct quote is, "It's not as simple to say that DRIPA, the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, is unenforceable. In fact, the rights document that informs this incredibly important law are entirely enforceable." So I'm raising this with the Attorney General, recognizing that there are, in my other role as Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation Shadow Minister, I have the opportunity to join many of my colleagues, schedule permitting, on many bill review debates. And so since, over the last 4.5 years, since this Legislative Assembly has adopted UNDRIP through the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, there's been a common consideration about what it means. And of course, my colleague, the member from Abbotsford West, and myself spent 5 days in committee session with the former Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation about what the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People Act means. And we know that this government, pursuant to its DRIPA action plan, 89 action items, is continuing to do the work to implement, in their view, the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. In the meantime, there has been points of consideration. And in my view, it's important to ensure that this government and this Attorney General has a good understanding, reminds government about the nature of UNDRIP and DRIPA itself. And what was said as this government brought forward that act to this House, and the number of confirmations that former Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation provided to this House in committee debate on bills that we commonly do. The reason why that's important, because the judiciary have reviewed that Hansard transcript, even in the Skitslada decision on the Mineral Tenure Act by Supreme Court Justice Alan Ross. It was in that context that Mr. Justice Ross indicated and described DRIPA as more of an interpreted aid, in quotes, than a legal statute. It was in response to that statement that the Premier made his statement that I read out. So I will share this now with the Attorney General and just ask her to comment on what the Premier means when he says that it's not as simple to say that this is unenforceable. In fact, the rights document that informs this incredibly important law are entirely enforceable.
Attorney.
So DRIPA is a very important piece of legislation in this province. And I think every day, every minister and ministry team shows their commitment to the work that we are going to do under are doing under DRIPA. That's an everyday commitment and every piece of legislation commitment. I can't comment on a case that is under appeal and before the courts.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that a notice of appeal has been filed by the First Nations involved. But let me ask, through you, Mr. Chair, to confirm and ask, why is it that this government chose not to appeal that decision?
Attorney.
Again, as the matter is before the courts, I can't comment.
Member.
I recognize that in the actual submissions to the court, and there's different ways to come at this discussion, and the reason why it's important to have it here is because, as the Attorney General just indicated, we continue to see, including in Bill 5, Bill 7, as I understand it, that was introduced today, recognition of the work that's needed to align the laws of British Columbia with the UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And that alignment is work that is forward-looking. Perhaps I could just ask, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General to confirm that that is the government's view, that the work that is necessary to align the laws of British Columbia, to use all measures necessary to ensure the laws of British Columbia are consistent with the UN Declaration Rights of Indigenous Peoples under Section 3 of DRIPA, that work is forward-looking in terms of the work that legislation has brought to this House.
Attorney.
Thank you, Chair. There is an interim document that shows our commitment and the process that we are undertaking and implementing on DRIP. I, again, can't comment on the case or the specifics or details of the case, but I would encourage the member, and I'm sure that he will, given his deep interest in this topic, canvass these questions with Murr once he gets a chance to.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the Attorney General's response in the sense that there is a need to canvass this with the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. I certainly will have actually even more time to do that than I have here. So I welcome that opportunity. But I do think, though, given the degree of lack of clarity, I would say, in terms of, with British Columbians, as to how the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act is being implemented, that it's important that the Attorney General, in her role, can share with members of the opposition, but also members of this Legislative Assembly, as to how that fundamental piece of legislation, which is overarching and guiding so much of the work of government, what the obligations and rights and responsibilities are. So I would like to, in that context, Mr. Chair, just relate back to the overarching considerations of government. When there is a need to ensure that there is appropriate consultation and accommodation, it's done in the context of where there might be an apparent infringement by the Crown on Aboriginal rights and title. We know that Aboriginal rights and title are protected under Section 35 of the Constitution. But we know that there's an obligation on the Crown to take reasonable steps to consult and accommodate First Nations and Indigenous communities. And then in that work also includes balancing of and reconciliation of non-Indigenous peoples. That those interests need to be taken into account as well. So as we look at how DRIPA is being implemented by this government, again through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, what role has she played in reminding government of its obligations under the Haida decision, as brought forward on Mikisew as well, of those consultation and accommodation responsibilities, which includes balancing the interests of all British Columbians?
Attorney.
Thank you. The role of the Attorney General is to provide legal advice, and the team here does in accordance with what our constitutional obligations are and what our commitments are under to ministries across this government every day. I will say that I mentioned it's the interim approach that's a public document that really shows the public what our commitment is in terms of DRIPA and working with First Nations in this province.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would address through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General that I am aware of petitions that have been filed by the Doig River First Nation and the Halfway River First Nation. I have met with Chief and Counsel for both nations with my colleague, the member from Peace River North. And I know that in considerations relating to these petitions, that there's ongoing discussions with this government. But I do think that the petitions themselves speak to a breakdown in understanding the obligations and responsibilities of this government to ensure that there is full consultation. That consultation doesn't just include non-Indigenous peoples, as I mentioned. It also includes other nations. And in this case, in the Treaty 8 area, we have very challenging situations where this government came forward to make an announcement over a year ago in Prince George about its agreement with Blueberry River First Nation on the basis of a very rushed process. And there's been concerns raised by both the Doig and Halfway River First Nations about the breakdown in communication, which goes back to the concerns that we've been having around the way this government proceeds, even with First Nations that have had their rights compromised. I've had we have economic rights. We have economic considerations where, with the nature of the agreement that has been entered into between the government and Blueberry River First Nation, that they impede and undermine the economic rights and environmental protection rights of the neighboring nations, Halfway and Doig. And that in the context of how a government goes forward to address considerations with First Nations, it does raise the question, Mr. Chair, as to, again, the role of the Attorney General to ensure that her colleagues, including the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation and the Premier, as they announced in Prince George, this arrangement with Blueberry. There was announcements at the same time in about a week or so, various letter agreements of principle with Doig and Halfway. But as it turns out, a year later, none of those commitments were met. The understandings under which these two nations signed their letter agreements, in their words, they were misled. In their view, there was a deliberate withholding of critical information to each of these nations. There was misrepresentation. And I know that the Attorney General recognizes the importance of honor of the Crown. And it is, quite frankly, a very serious concern that has been expressed by these two First Nations about how this government has dealt with them. And this, I would hope, the Attorney General is considering in the context, in the first instance, of the kind of advice and guidance that she provides as the Attorney General of our province, the Chief Legal Officer, of the obligations of the province under HIDA, the duty to consult and accommodate, that obligation doesn't just relate to the government-to-government discussion, but it relates to the other interests of society, which includes the neighboring First Nations. And in this case, that coupled with the fundamental obligation of the fiduciary role of the Crown, that it has an obligation to act in good faith. And with the amount of concerns that I've seen spelled out in these petitions, it is very concerning that this government did not do so. And so as we look at how this government is addressing this situation, I would ask through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, does this government understand its obligations in respect of consultation and accommodation, including in respect of the Treaty 8 Nations, Doig and Halfway River, in the context of what has been signed in a rushed manner a year ago?
Attorney.
Thank you. As I mentioned before, I can't talk about an active legal case, but what I wanted to spend some time on right now is how fortunate I am to have an exceptional team of lawyers in the Attorney General that are working every day, oftentimes at the forefront of the law when it comes to particularly our DRIPA goals or the constitutional law that's developing in our country. We have lawyers in our team, and I hope they're listening now, that are at the forefront of changing the laws, oftentimes of the whole country, right here in this province, and also negotiating agreements that are often first of their kinds, sitting at the forefront of developing law, sitting and building partnerships and relationships and advising ministries in many different ways, given the ambitious agenda of this government. And I am super proud of that team. And I'm proud of the work that they do every day in providing exceptional advice to all of us in the work that we want to do as a government.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And obviously, I, as a member of the opposition, wouldn't be able to get into the kind of advice the Attorney General is receiving in respect of the significant changes that are occurring, at least with legislation and agreements But I'm very concerned about the government's agenda, as the Attorney General referred to it. And she did say it's an ambitious agenda, but it's still nonetheless an agenda. All I'm reminding the Attorney General of her role as a Chief Legal Officer is that she has the responsibility to remind the Premier and the entire Executive Council about the arrangements that come forward. The Blueberry Agreement was a very significant agreement. It dealt with, as the Attorney General well knows, it was in response to the courts. It's in response to the obligations of the Crown under Treaty 8. It's in response to cumulative impacts of resource development in the north. That is all recognized. But in the context of the agenda of this government, we need to ensure that First Nations and British Columbians are brought along, that there's proper consultation, that there's information and understanding that's there, just as UNDRIP requires free, prior, and informed consent. Now, the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, both the former one and the current one, has referred to repeatedly that UNDRIP is an interpretive aid. That's the reason why the government, even in its own filings, has confirmed that. That's the government's position. And it's clear. It's clear that even in response to my question in the House about the economic livelihood rights under the Articles of UNDRIP, that community benefit agreements violate the unfair labor conditions article in UNDRIP, that the current Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation said, well, UNDRIP is not meant to be parsed through. There's no separate legal rights under UNDRIP. It's illustrative. Government's own position in the courts that the Declaration Act does not give independent legal force to the Articles of UNDRIP. This is very important because this is the government's position, even in the Gatsata-Hatchesat case. So as we proceed and go forward, we need to have a very clear understanding of the purpose and use of the DRIPA Act. And we recognize that in terms of the work of the government lawyers, as they work on significant agreements, that just like we've seen under Section 7 of the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, we've seen 2 agreements in 4.5 years with one nation, the Tahltan. That's the pace of this ambitious agenda of this government. 2 agreements, 1 nation out of 204 nations in 4.5 years. So I recognize that the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation will talk about the nature and the pipeline of other agreements that are in the works. I will have the opportunity to discuss that with the Minister. But in the context of the work that's being done by government lawyers, I do recognize and appreciate the significance of what we're addressing, but that's all the more reason that we have clarity beyond the interim approach to the implementation of the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. This is the document that the Attorney General has referred to on more than one occasion here. I appreciate that document. I recognize that that document has been provided as a framework to indicate to British Columbians as to what the approach that this government is taking to implementing the DRIPA Act. But in terms of the pace of change, it's important that we have an Attorney General that provides the necessary framework of understanding, the legal framework of understanding, that as the former Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation said repeatedly, that UNDRIP is to be read through the lens of Section 35 jurisprudence. It's the reason why, as we look at the Haida Court decision in particular and the decisions that have followed, that there is obligations on this government to ensure that there's due and proper consultation and accommodation. And again, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General, I'm very concerned that we are not seeing that level of responsibility being utilized, which is creating challenges. It's creating challenges in the way that legislation is brought forward to this House in respect of the Land Act amendments. It's creating challenges with British Columbians to have that lack of understanding around what the government's attention truly is. So I know when I raise the example of Doig and Halfway River, it's there to indicate to the government that somewhere along the way, in the rush to push out the government's agenda, the ambitious agenda in Prince George a year and 2 months ago, the Premier, the Attorney General, the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, and this entire government failed. They failed to properly consult with the other Treaty 8 nations. Clearly, they did not do so. And so, as we speak here, I'm asking through, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General to at least acknowledge and recognize the importance of the duty to consult and accommodate with all British Columbians and First Nations to the extent that they are impacted by a decision of government like the decision that the government took when they went forward with the Blueberry Agreement in a very rushed fashion.
Attorney.
Thank you. Again, I can assure the member that not only do we take our commitments under the Constitution very seriously, we have a great team of lawyers that advise people every day on those obligations. We also understand our commitment under DRIPA and that the interim approach that we've committed to taking when it comes to our development of our legislation.
Noting the hour. No. Attorney.
Honourable Chair, I move that the committee rise and report progress and ask leave to sit again.
Members have heard the question. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. This committee is adjourned. Thank you, members.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee on Ministry of Attorney General estimates reports progress and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again? Government House Leader.
Next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Honourable Speaker, Committee of Supply Section C reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport and seeks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again?
Next sitting.
So ordered.
Yeah, so we'll come 15 minutes.
Government House Leader.
I move the House now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.
you.